Go with us or remotely?
Have you got him on remote?
Do we know if he's,
No,
yay?
our TV's in the.
So Madam Clerk, can you tell us
Here I am.
oh, and there you are, sir.
And
Representative Gresco, thanks for being with us and you have the floor.
thank you, Senator. Good morning, chairs, rankings, and members of Commerce. State Representative Joe Gresco, 121st District. Thank you for raising House Bill 5300. I'm not going to speak on the language of the bill, just give you the circumstances that caused me to request this language change. A high-tech medical imaging company in my district, CubTech, on Research Drive, had a fire. They chose to stay in Connecticut. They rebuilt bigger and better, purchased a property across the street. They want to manufacture their own high-tech equipment. The company ticks all the boxes, minority and woman-owned. They want to stay here. And despite weekly calls from Texas and the like to relocate. But when it came time to utilize the Invest Connecticut Fund tax credit, CubTech was denied because 80% of their employees were not Connecticut residents. Why? Well, they're an international company. They have clients from state-of-the-art hospitals across Europe and Asia, and they need sales reps in those countries who are on payroll but don't live in Connecticut. I tried to work with DECD, negotiate with them, and I was told they couldn't deviate from the law, no wiggle room. The Connecticut Investment Fund credit that CubTech was trying to access to satisfy their lenders is capped at $550 million, and according to OLR, only $126 million has been accessed over the last several years. So there's plenty of money left in the tranche. Subsequently, DECD and CubTech have apparently come to some sort of agreement. I hope so. I haven't heard anything. So no news is good news, but the language still needs another look. Lines 123 to 130 would give the commissioner discretion to make an executive decision. Connecticut, in my opinion, needs to try to keep these businesses here that want to stay here, and not point to line 6,000 in statute 10,000 and for a reason why we can't help. So thank you for indulging me.
Thank you very much, Representative Gresco. And yeah, thanks for sharing that particular situation with us. Truth be known, I have not heard of anything, similar to that. You bring up a very interesting point. And as we recognize, we can always perfect what we've instituted. And these are living these are living documents, if you will, and there does need to be a certain bit of flexibility in them. So I hear you clearly. Comments from my colleagues. Yes, Representative Meskers.
I want to thank you for coming in and bringing this to our attention. The effort of our committee has always been economic growth and development. And to that end, we've worked in tight coordination with our Department of Economic Community Development, who've done an outstanding job to date. So I think anything, I know we will hear from them shortly. I'd love to hear from them on this at that point in time. But anything that moves the needle forward and helps us administer the credits and foster economic development and growth, I'm in strong support of. So I appreciate your testimony. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Meskers. Seeing no other comments, thank you for being with us and also, and did you give us written testimony by any chance, Rep. Gresco?
Yeah, I figured it out this morning, so you have it electronically.
Oh, that's great. Okay, very important because as you know, people bounce in and out and we want to make sure everybody has the benefit of this experience. Thank you.
Thank
And-
you, Senator.
Yes, okay. And so we will move on to it is none other than the Commissioner of DECD, a great follow-on to our opening speaker.
Hello, everyone. Good to be with you. Thank you for including us. So my name is Dan O'Keefe. I am the Commissioner Designate of the DECD and the Chief Innovation Officer for the state of Connecticut. I'm here to testify in support of 5299. This is our legislative priorities for 2024. As you've seen, these are largely technical in nature. I'll go through them in summary here and then look forward to your questions if you'd like any more detail. The first is on Jobs CT. So this introduces some updates to the program that we believe are in the spirit of the program, and also introduces some flexibility germane to the conversation you were just having to administer them more efficiently and effectively. The second is on the Community Investment Fund. Here, we're suggesting removing the revolving loan language. As you know, that is now serviced by the Boost program. That was not in place when SIF was created, and so we think this language can now be removed. And lastly, on Urban Act, this is quite literally just a drafting error that we need to correct. So that is our changes and our proposals in summary fashion. Again, now I'd love to welcome your questions.
Thank you, Commissioner, for being with us. And so I guess I'm understanding, as we heard from Representative Gresco just a minute ago, that the department yourself view the option to have some flexibility in these determinations would help to make the program more effective.
That's right. And just to comment on the discussion you were just having, we would look, we administer these programs per the letter of the law, clearly. If afforded more flexibility and it makes sense, we would avail ourselves of that flexibility. Oftentimes we see these programs are written with great intent, and then when they move into execution mode, sometimes there are restrictions that actually run counter to the intent. I think the example that was just cited where, I agree with Representative Meskers, our goal is economic growth. So if a company is growing jobs here, I think that should be our focus. If there are jobs elsewhere that are limiting them, I don't view that as the fault of the company. That's just the historic reality. So we would be in support of more flexibility, particularly with Jobs CT. I'll give a specific example of where this was a challenge for me. I'm recent to the job, but we had one opportunity where a company wanted to grow significant jobs in a region that were high school graduates. And these are great jobs for this particular region. This is a company that is the largest employer in the region. And what they do is they hire high school graduates and then train them. It's a much higher paying jobs, but because they're high school graduates, they were by definition below 85% of the median. Now, the training and the benefits of it were not allowed to be included. There was no flexibility there. So these are the kinds of changes that will introduce that flexibility that we think are very much in the spirit of the program.
And so to go back to a previous item that we, I think maybe touched on in other venues, the feeling has been that many of the small businesses cannot meet the thresholds that are established in your premier business economic development program, specifically the threshold of meeting 25 new employees. These small businesses probably might never have the opportunity to increase by that number. And so, and then they feel like their only recourse then is a loan program.
Right.
And they feel, quite frankly, that they are not being treated fairly. And that it's all about the big guys or the people who are bigger than them, when we know that 80% of our businesses really are the small businesses in the state of Connecticut. So can you just opine?
Yeah, I can opine. And for those that don't know my background, you know, I come from a world where I was investing in some of these smaller, more emergent businesses. So I couldn't be more aligned with wanting to support their growth. What the senator is referring to is JobCT has a minimum requirement of 25 jobs to be created to avail themselves of that particular program. We do have, you know, as I think many are aware, there is Connecticut Innovations, which is our state's venture capital fund, which is there to support high growth businesses where equity investment makes sense. And then CT Next, which is currently a subsidiary of Connecticut Innovations, which really focuses on what you're describing, Senator Hartley. Their focus is more on the infrastructure and the ecosystem to support more emergent businesses. Now, as we all know, and I've discussed with many of you, we are in the process of trying to reimagine that in such a way that work stays on a sustained financed basis. That's going to take us some time to work through, but we did just, by the way, hire new leadership there. And as I've said publicly many times, that program and programming will continue, and all existing commitments will be made. But I think that's, at least right now, that's what's on the books to support the types of companies you describe. I would be happy to engage with this committee on other alternatives we might consider, you know, in the future.
Thank you. I will say, though, that the history of CT Next, while it certainly was valuable, and that was the concern about, you know, transition and what would be the next step for it, is not viewed as a opportunity such as the JobCT program. It's more one shot, if I might describe it that way, as opposed to you know, having a definitive program for small businesses. Yeah, I think it's something that we clearly need to spend some time on and figure out. And in particularly post-pandemic, you know, we did a lot with the ARPA money and the relief money, but you know, we know that's over, and we know that these are very, very tenuous times for those particular sectors. I'll ask my colleagues if they. Yes,
If I can just make one closing comment,
please, sure.
which is just that small business support is very much a priority for the DECD. And we have an Office of Small Business. And so we'd love to engage with you on ideation or on other ways to support that community.
Thank you. Thank you.
Without creating any onerous reporting requirement, I would just ask, I think this unfortunately will fall to Katie as our liaison. Just next year, if we get, and I would tell you, it doesn't need to be a line by line, but on these waivers, what level of activity you were able to engage in? Because assuming we agree and raise the bill and pass the bill, I'd like to know how that improved your operations next year in terms of who you were able to lend to. That'd be good information for us to follow through.
Great.
And secondly, away from you, we've had a lot of conversations about job growth and job training involving our university system. And I'll, since you're new to the table, I'll caution you that every agency seems to have a silo. But I would love to hear through DECD where we can make the community colleges and universities more effective in their outreach as locations for training and resources. Specifically, you know, we have a utilization problem at our community colleges and universities. We seem to have capacity. We have facilities, some of which need renovation. I'd be looking for some guidance from DECD about where we see the opportunities with the public markets, the free markets, in people who would want to locate or utilize those facilities for combined activities and job training and growth for the state.
Yeah.
You know, in the absence of the universities directly scoping things out, I think, you know, a cooperation between the private and public sector that, you know, championed by DECD might be helpful.
Yep.
And I caution you not, I don't want you to commit to that. I caution you that's something we need to research.
And I was just looking to see if Kelly is with us, and she is not. So rather than commit to anything, I will tell you what I think is one way where DC can be effective, which is, you know, I have, as part of this position, joined the Board of Trustees of UConn and the Board of Regents of our community and state college system. And what I look at that role principally to be focused around is translating between corporate needs, talking to the needs of our companies in the state, what their needs are for the workforce of the future and translating that to our higher ed. There's a lead time, right? As you talk about what those needs are, it takes time for our educational systems to build up programming and certificates in support of them. But I do think that translation mechanism is an important one.
Well, thank you very much.
Further comments from members? Seeing none, I do just have one last one, Commissioner, and that is, we heard Representative Gresco reference the Connecticut, the Job CT program and how the amount that is capitalized and what has been drawn down. Do you have those numbers at hand by any chance?
Specifically, how many companies have?
Well, no, I want to know numbers. So how much do you have, set aside in the program? How much has been drawn down?
So I have 23 businesses with contracts. This is as of my confirmation hearing. So if you want real-time data, meaning something more updated in the last 2 weeks, I'd have to get that to you. I'll ask my team to correct me if this is not within range, which is 23 businesses with contracts, a little over 2,700 projected new jobs. How much is drawn down versus not, I would have to get back to you.
That would be helpful if you can just give us the whole kind of economic profile, because we have been embarked on this new iteration for now, help me out, has it been 2 years? Okay. All right. So if you could share that with committee, get it to the clerk, that would be great.
Can you give that color? I just don't think there's actually technically a capacity. $40 million. Okay.
An allocation that we have to.
Yeah. Hi, Kyle Abercrombie,
Hi.
Chief Administrative Officer with the ECD. So it's a tax rebate program, so it is capped, I think at $40 million per year, which we haven't reached yet. So basically, we agree to a tax rebate with a company who's going to create 25 or more jobs. And then they have to create the jobs. And then by year 3, they're able to earn the credit. So as you said, we just launched the rebate program 2 years ago. So we haven't had anyone, earn the credit yet, but they are signed up to do so in the next year or two. But we can get you all the numbers on the agreements that have been signed and projections for how much we expect the rebates to be worth in the coming years.
And the max, what was the cap on that, Kyle?
I believe it's 40 million, but I may be wrong. I'm told it's 40 million. Yes.
Yeah, okay. All right, yes, and Representative Meskers.
So not to let you escape, so is it 40 million in toto or 40 million a year?
In total, not per year.
Yeah.
I think it's in total per year, but we'll confirm.
Okay, and so, and I believe it was under Commissioner Lehman that we structured it this way, which was a after the fact rebate.
Yeah.
To make sure that people complied with the right, and we gave them incentives and were able to measure it before the check went out the door, right?
That's right.
So I guess the other question would be, what's the claimant pool look like right now? Like, assuming we get there people in the pipeline for 2 years, assuming they have 100% compliance in year 3, what are we expecting the drawdown? So I'd like to know what the future year commitment drawdowns look like. And again, confirmation of, is it in toto or an annual credit?
Absolutely.
So we can see, because the second question is, if it's successful, is do we need to think about a further appropriation in the next biennium if we're moving forward, right?
Sure, we can get you those figures for sure. And again, it's not an appropriation, it's a tax rebate, so it's on the other side of the books. But yeah, and this conversation goes back to your earlier comment about, is 25 the right number? And we would like some time to kind of let the program continue to operate and see what the numbers look like. If it's, too small, we're not seeing a lot of companies take advantage of the program, then maybe we do need to lower the number. But that's to be seen.
And if I look at the 23 contracts to date, the total state liability, which I think is the question you're asking, Representative, is $35 million.
Okay. So back on the clarification of your comment, Kyle, it's an appropriation, not a credit. So it's going to our appropriations committee if it goes there, but if there is needs and considerations the next biennium, we probably would like to hear that here and refer it to appropriations if that's the judgment of the group, that there's a full allocation and the pipeline looks robust and the demand for jobs is good, right?
Yeah, absolutely. We
Okay.
track these numbers very closely. If we ever get close to the limit, we would certainly notify OPM and the legislature during the ensuing legislative
Right.
session.
But that puts you in the dilemma between your agency role and the executive and our role in the legislature. So I want to know if you get full utilization. We did this last time for you in relation to remediation, where we were told that there was a full appropriation and we decided to ask for more and we were successful. So that may not be your role, but that's our role. So I want to know what your drawdowns look like. Thanks.
Well, we certainly appreciate your support.
Thank you. Senator Martin.
Thank you. So that I'm clear. So we haven't allocated any money as of yet. So we've got companies in the pipeline who have qualified 25 employees, and they are we are to be allocating next year or the year after. And the
That's correct.
information that you will be gathering for us is what that pipeline looks like.
Correct.
Correct. All right. And if we do hit the $40 million threshold, then it looks like it's a successful program. So we may need to increase the funding for that program. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. And seeing no further comments, thanks for being with us.
Of course.
Commissioner and team, appreciate it.
Thank you,
Uh,
everyone.
And so without further ado, I would like to invite our Commissioner of the Office of Early Childhood, the well-known and former Senator and House Representatives, Beth Bai.
That was quite an introduction, Madam Chair.
We needed a drum roll.
Yeah. Greetings, Senator Hartley, Representative Mesker, Senator Martin, Representative Harrison, and distinguished members of the Commerce Committee. My name is Beth Bai. I'm the Commissioner of the Office of Early Childhood, and I'm here to testify in support of Senate Bill 249, an act concerning the Early Childhood Business Incubator Program. I think we all understand how important the early years of life are, and Governor Lamont does as well. And he proposed a blue ribbon panel on childcare 11 months ago, and charged that panel to come up with a 5-year plan to build an equitable, high-quality early childhood system. It was informed by thousands of stakeholders, families, providers, programs, schools, had really a lot of input, and business was also a big part of it. One of the things that came up as we had listening sessions and that we've observed is this idea of a childcare incubator, a family childcare incubator. And I wanted to make sure I give credit to Tracy Madden Hennessy at the YWCA in New Britain, who really is a visionary here and came up with this model to help stabilize the childcare industry and support family childcare development. This pilot program, established in Public Act 21-171, allows a family childcare home license to be used and issued to a provider who wishes to operate outside of a private family home. Right now, with family childcare programs, they need to operate in a home where someone resides. This would allow programs to operate under that regulatory framework, but not be a home. We were excited this week. We received our first licensing application under PA 21-171 from the YWCA of New Britain. So we're excited it's getting off the ground. New Britain has worked for years to find the building, get the building ready, get support from philanthropy and from the city and the state to make this first ever childcare incubator, and it will be licensed by the Office of Early Childhood. We're really excited about this opportunity. We think it's a great idea, and we want to make it work. And we support the committee in a bill to allow for 20 of these, because we need to understand the repercussions of allowing this regulatory relief, and also watch these programs hopefully meet their promise of expanding access to high quality childcare across the state. Some of you may know that in the governor's early childhood proposal, he proposed expanding the number of communities that can have these incubators to include New London, which we obviously support, but you propose to remove the sunset date to allow this to continue, and also to allow 20 across the state. We are supportive of these proposed changes. It's a change to what the governor proposed, but we think it will really work. It can really even improve on that. So we do believe a cap is important while we test out this regulatory framework. Also, we'll gauge what kind of technical assistance the programs need to operate. But we think this is a great idea. We think it's a Connecticut innovation that other states have already been asking about. We were speaking to the early childhood departments in Minnesota who came to visit, and they wanted to go visit the childcare incubator. So I think it's appropriately before Commerce, because these are really small women-owned businesses that help keep our economy chugging along, doing critical work, taking care of young children and building the future workforce. Thank you, Madam Chair. Happy to answer any questions you have.
Thanks so much for being here. And actually, I know what your schedule is like. So we're very grateful that you're here in person. And yeah, I basically just want to take my hat off to the leadership that you have brought to the Office of OEC and stood that up. Previous to this time, childcare was always kind of a subset over there in education, SDE and so forth. And we know on many levels that it is such an important entity for the early start, for quite frankly, the ROI. I hate to talk about it in this respect, but there's a very definite return here in this investment. It goes back, quite frankly, to the Connecticut House of Representatives, which launched the many years ago, 20 years ago, plus the early childhood program to scale that across the state. This is the continuation of that. And yes, we here in the Commerce Committee have, even pre-pandemic, recognized the fact that child care is an economic factor. And lo and behold, 2019 to 2020, we saw that in Technicolor, that if you didn't have childcare, we couldn't keep our healthcare operations running. We could not keep our manufacturing center. We could not keep our higher education. It just goes on and on. So this particular model is really exciting. And before the governor did launch the Blue Ribbon Commission, Commerce Committee put out legislation which tasked the Department of Economic Community Development with OEC to try to identify what were the challenges. And the Blue Ribbon Commission, and thank you for that time that was invested. I know you were down in my district and literally every district throughout the state, to hear, one-to-one what was going on. And we, as you know, in Waterbury are really proud to be able to have certain seed organizations like Madre Latina, which has focused on recruiting childcare providers in the Hispanic community. So this incubator model is the bridge to then connecting those cohorts, those populations of people who are in the pipeline, but quite frankly, stuck. And it is small business, but it is such important business. Comments from my colleagues.
Thank
Yes.
you, Madam Chair.
Yes, Representative Farr.
Hi, thank you so much, Commissioner, for being with us today. I am in the throes of childcare in that stage of my life and constantly making decisions and consideration for what it should be for my 8-month-old and my 5-year-old. And I am curious if you could speak a little bit about how these incubator programs would be operationally different from a traditional center.
Sure, I appreciate that. I think having an 8-month-old, one thing you'll appreciate is that much of the infant toddler care in the state is done by family child care homes. A lot of parents choose that in those early years. How this is different is right now, if you bring your child to a program that is licensed by OEC as a family child care home, it is always also the residence of the person running the program. It's small, 6 up to 9 children with 2 staff. So the way this is different, and that's where the regulatory changes come in, is that this can be in another setting, following the family child care regulations with some slight tweaks that we're working on. I have my licensing director here if you want to get into the specifics. But like in New Britain, I've been to visit a couple times. They have 4 classrooms, what were formerly classrooms. So they're not a home. They'll have to meet the square footage requirements. They'll have to meet the water, the lead safety, the health and safety requirements of family childcare homes. But nobody lives at the residence. So that's really the biggest difference.
But why wouldn't these centers be following the traditional center model as opposed to home? Like, what makes this beneficial that they follow the home model versus what the regulations that are followed by daycare centers?
When you get into centers, you get many more strict rules about, I can ask Liz to come up and talk about the difference, but I know, for example, the group size changes, I think requirements for things like sprinklers, things that really add on to the costs. Liz, I don't know if you want to, can you detail more of the differences?
Sure, I'd be happy to. I'm Liz Porietti. I'm the director of the licensing division. We too struggled with this idea when it was first presented to us. We were tasked with issuing a family child care home license to an individual in what looks like a commercial space. And the law as written allowed us to waive certain requirements for a family child care home license, as well as to add additional requirements. And so when considering those, that now we're looking in a commercial building, we now wanted to look at, did it require some of those things that a traditional childcare center would be required to fulfill as part of an application? So a comprehensive lead inspection, approval by local officials, by fire marshal, the building zoning departments. And so we did add certain requirements to these applications in this incubator model.
I appreciate that. I think something that I'd like to know, so I have an 8-month-old in a home model, and it feels very similar to trusting a family member to watch your child, where you don't expect the same level of scrutiny and oversight that you would expect for like a traditional center. And just as a mom, more than as a legislator, I think it's helpful to sort of understand comparatively what the difference is between, I understand regulation relief is really important to get more folks onboarded doing this program and this work, but I just want to make sure that we don't get to a place where there is some laxening of what we see as the quality or regulation around childcare, because sometimes that makes me nervous to think about less regulation, though I know it's super important that we get more folks onboarded, but I don't think we want to be in a situation where we're getting more folks and centers onboarded. We have enough spots, but some of the spots are worse quality or lower caliber of care. And so I just was hoping that I could sort of get an understanding of what kinds of regulations, hopefully nothing safety wise, what kinds of regulations were lessened when we went from the center model to the home model.
Sure. There aren't very many actually that we're not looking at in terms of issuing these licenses. If one of the requirements, if you're to have a license in your home, is to have all the members of your household who are 18 years of age and older background checked and to provide a current medical statement. There are obviously no household members living in this residence, so that's a no-brainer to waive that. I think we also waived smoke detectors, because the fire marshal would be giving an overall approval of the building. So there may be like a central smoke detect, system rather than an individual one needed. But otherwise, I think the requirements were made more stringent for a family provider being licensed in this type of facility.
And one other piece I'd like to add, because I really appreciate your questions, and our team has been out to visit the place in New Britain almost as a model to say, what do we need to adapt? I think one of the benefits is being a family childcare provider can be really isolating. You're on your own, you're trying to resolve problems. This comes with the whole technical assistance training up front. And then you're there with your 3 other peers, for example, in New Britain, who are going to be working side by side. So, you have someone right there to bounce issues you might be having off of to try to provide support. So we see it as a supportive environment as well, like a educationally supportive. And these women are learning to run a small business, so their business supports, so that when they go off and start their own family childcare, maybe buy a home and run it there or rent, that they will have this experience and have some background running a program before they just open one up in their home.
And I'll just share, as a mom, my son was on, who's now 8 months old, was on 5 family childcare home wait lists to get into the spot that he is on right now. We could find a spot in any center, but my son was born preterm with breathing
Yeah.
issues, and I wanted to limit the number of kids and potentially illnesses he was exposed to. And so the home model felt like a really good way to decrease his exposure risk. That being said, it was really hard. And even the position he's in right now is a part-time position because there is such an incredible limit to the amounts of spaces that are on. And I call the daycare centers in my town, the family homes, probably once a month, confirming what the wait list is and what my son's position is on the spot, so he doesn't lose his spot on a wait list. And I am constantly checking in to see where we stand on that availability. And so I think, people talk about shortages and childcare options all the time. We talk about the economic impact of these shortages, but they can be incredibly debilitating for a 2-parent working household. And when you get spots, you want to get your foot in the door. And so you accommodate a ton of flexibility that like while you're waiting to get to this place up where you can sort of gear up to speed. And so I think it's great that we can try and get more spots on, especially without lessening any of the safety standards that parents really rely on OEC to make sure that these centers are meeting minimum safety requirements. They rely on you as a regulatory agency in this place to know that they can trust the licensed centers to be a safe place to send their kids to. And so I'm grateful. I'm looking forward to seeing what this looks like, and I'd love to tour as well. So thank you
Yeah,
very much.
sure. We can arrange that, Representative, if you reach out to our office. And to your point about economic development, the lack of infant toddler care costs Connecticut $1.5 billion a year in economic activity because of the folks who can't get in the workforce because of lost productivity. And that's from the National Chamber of Commerce. So you are a living example of this shortage, and we really believe more family childcare can help expand infant toddler care.
Thank you, Representative Foster and Commissioner. Yeah, and in fact, that's been one of our big hurdles on return to work for women, post-pandemic, and then also career advancement as well. Senator Martin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate the conversation today. Being a grandfather of 4, my son and daughter-in-law gave birth yesterday to a little baby girl.
Congratulations.
And thank you. And they do use a child care provider in a home environment, as well as I have a daughter who has 2 children in a center down in the Trumbull area. So I do have some questions regarding the incubator concept here. So can you briefly explain, if I walked into one, what would I see?
Sure.
What ages would I see? How many would there be?
You would see either 6 or 9. If you have 2 staff, you can have 9 children. If you have 1 staff, 6 children. You can have 2 under 18 months. Yeah, you can have up to 2 children under 18 months. It's sort of like as many as you could carry out if there was an emergency, and the other children would be over 18 months up through school age. So you'd see an environment generally that's very homey, that feels like a living room, but you'd also see learning materials. Family childcare homes are educational, as you know, if you have grandchildren in a family childcare home, education is a part of it. A lot of times, there'll be a place to prepare food. There'll be a bathroom, it would be a space that would accommodate the care and education of children from birth through school age. Many just take children up to age 5, but plenty take after school children as well. So you could have children arrive after school to join the gang. And I visited numerous over the past couple of years, and it really is very much a home environment, but a lot of activity going on.
Is there that much of a difference between the centers and these incubators in that type of environment?
Yeah, you really have more of a mixed age. So you'll have infants with 5-year-olds in the same room. A lot of centers, we encourage the fewer transition in the early years, rather than, 0 to 6 months, 6 to 12 months, 12 to 18 months, the 0 to 18 months, perhaps in one classroom, and then at 18 months, they go to a toddler classroom, and then at 3 years, they go to a preschool classroom. So children experience a lot of transitions. Centers try to reduce that. Some have more than others. And then you would have the all together in a family childcare home. So the provider has to have a range of activities, because they might be doing pre-reading with the 4.5 or 5-year-old, and they're feeding a baby. I'm one of 7.
Sure.
It would sort of be like being in my house growing up.
So you're speaking and I'm
My
envisioning,
mother was at a ratio.
you're speaking and I'm envisioning my mom who grew up in Canada, who had the schooling was from 1 to 8 in grades, and all these kids all in one room, So the incubators, who are they owned by? I know that you're looking at 20 different locations, and we're utilizing commercial space, but who are these incubators? Who owns them?
Well, in New Britain, it would be run by the YWCA, sort of as part of their work, helping women both get to work and women get job training and jobs. And I know Waterbury is getting ready to start one up. I believe that's being run by a nonprofit as well. So it's a lot of mission-driven nonprofits that have engaged so far, who are looking to advance both childcare and women-owned businesses, and women and men too. We don't preclude that there could be men, but that economic independence. If you run a family childcare home, in most cases, you're making more than if you were a teacher in a single classroom at a childcare center.
So I guess the answer is that mostly nonprofits?
Mostly
Or
nonprofits.
do you
yeah.
see a private aspect of this?
Right now, it's mostly nonprofits, but I think what we know about childcare is there's not a big profit margin. You have for-profit childcare programs, but mostly in places where families can pay the full cost of care. They
$17,000 a year.
don't develop in places where there's, where families have high needs
Okay.
for the most part.
Now, I know the governor moved over, I think $150 million for, I think from school choice to you. Is this part of the program?
Well, I wouldn't characterize it as him moving money to us, but you may. The budget's a big budget. It's $20 billion, $26 billion. I think now it was $20 billion when I was chair of approps. This does not have funding. This does not cost money. This allows for regulatory changes to allow the development of these programs. So this will not have a fiscal note, to my knowledge.
Regulatory changes. Yes, I need an explanation on that.
Well, what this bill does is it allows the state in, I want to get the bill right, in PA 21-171 established this framework that allows OEC to grant a license as a family childcare home in a space where someone does not reside. So New Britain,
Sure.
YWCA came to
Commercial
the
space,
legislature
yep.
and said, let's try this in 4 or 5 cities. And so the cost has been borne by fundraising, philanthropy. I know there were some ARPA funds that were dedicated to this, but we do not have any money in this budget toward developing these, to my knowledge. I'm looking.
So,
No,
I
that
guess-
is accurate. Yeah.
So how are we funding the 20 locations?
Well, what it does is it allows sort of
The
these.
the changes.
It allows them, we might get none. We know there's one, it's up to, this is allowing it, and we know there's interest.
Okay.
For example, we've met with Electric Boat about this because they have high need for childcare. And if they could support an incubator that would turn out 4 or 5 family childcare homes every couple of years for 10 years, that would really add to the childcare supply in Eastern Connecticut. So, it could be a private business like EB, and I'm not saying they're doing it, they're exploring it. They've been to visit
Sure.
New Britain. But it's mostly been nonprofits saying, our community needs childcare. We can support job development and business development right here in our city. So they're all different funds being put together. I know there's a lot of philanthropy
So it sounds,
interest.
it sounds like from previous questions, answers to previous questions, sounds like mostly it's regulatory building code issues that this piece of legislation would be considering here. Is that
Yeah.
correct? Fair?
It's
Fair enough to say.
fair. It's like allowing for teeny tiny centers that are regulated more like a family childcare home than a center.
So would the current centers, existing centers and new centers be allowed to have a certain portion of their buildings allocated to these incubators and fall underneath those building codes?
They could apply to have a family childcare incubator. And anybody can apply to us for a license, but that's why we're saying we want to cap this to make sure it works before we just say anybody can do this. But if a childcare center said, we really want to develop our workforce and we want to develop family childcare around our center and support it in our community, they could do that, and they could set up 2 classrooms that they turned into incubators like this.
I just, playing devil's advocate a little bit here regarding the current child care centers and those that may be considering opening up a commercial child care center. If their regulations for health, for safety purposes are a certain standard compared to these that you're proposing, these changes that you're proposing that reduces the cost, I think I would have a hard time with that being in the private sector and saying different set of rules for basically trying to take care of the same population.
I think if you lined up the rules, there are differences, Senator. So I hear I hear what you're thinking there. I would
wish
just
I
say,
did.
I would just say that centers, a classroom, that same classroom that I described to you, pictured, if that was a preschool classroom, there may be 18 children in it. So this would only allow 6 or 9. So, there are pros and cons from a business perspective. But what we're trying to do is say, we need an early childhood workforce. We know that family childcare homes are really important to have for families. And so the idea is you open up, like if a center did this, you open up, a new provider came in, learned how to run the business. The idea is, and they transition out and someone else comes in and gets trained and is ready to go out and open their own business. So it's really, that's why we call it a business incubator. The idea is you're helping to start small businesses and move them on. It's not meant to be the same provider in this classroom forever. Oh, I'm open to business here and I'm sticking here. The idea is you're getting business training in quality. How do you set up a family childcare home? How do you meet licensing requirements? Hopefully think about getting accredited, and then you move on. And the big goal would be homeownership, because then a person has an established business. They can show the bank they have regular income after 2 or 3 years, and then go to the city and say, I'm ready to open this business somewhere and maybe buy a home. We could get some first-time home buyers. That's that's part of the big vision, is that when people move out, that they can actually buy a home in a city or a town and open their business there. And that
So
would be the ideal.
So currently we have a pilot location.
We have a application for a pilot in New Britain.
Okay, so we don't have any currently at all.
No,
Thank you.
thank you.
Thank you, Senator Martin. And thank you for that last exchange, because I think that's very important. It's something that maybe we didn't focus enough on. Under the classic incubator model, it is that seed, if you will, to try to launch new businesses. And so too, we've never done this in childcare, so that's why it's pretty unique. And I'm proud and not surprised that other states are looking at this right now. But it's in my view, the perfect model to try to scale an area and a population that we have not been able to meet anywhere near the demand, and that is for infant toddler. And so I don't see anywhere in here, and I just maybe it's there, or maybe we haven't delineated it yet, but there is not a time certain by which the incubator, the childcare incubator business needs to transition. Is there? It's going to be on a
There
case
is
by
not a
case.
time certain. No.
Yeah.
For example, I know that one of the programs is saying 3 to 5 years and other programs are saying 2 to 3 years. That a couple of years to really get your footing and your business running. I think of it like sometimes you hear about these test kitchens, where they're like at the Swift factory, they've opened space for people in Hartford who want to start businesses to get going, and things are set up for them. So they go and they get a start and they have training and business supports. I think of it like that. But it does take time in early childhood. We want to make sure folks are trained in building our future workforce with all the warm, responsive care they can deliver.
Yes, thank you for that clarification. Representative Meskers.
So 2 thoughts, and thank you for all you do, first of all. So I think the idea is great. I'm wondering if there shouldn't be either a time certain license with a renewal or an option or a guaranteed option of renewal at request as you build out the framework to see when you want people to graduate from the program.
Like a limit to how long.
Like a
grant the
4-year
license.
with a 4-year renewable, like at outset, maybe you want to put staggered times. So you're in a review process of a license you've issued, right?
We
Right.
do.
So,
Family childcare's how often?
and probably I'd ask the same thing I asked our DECD people last time. When we go forward with the incubator, I'm assuming that next year we'll get either a request or an update, hopefully, because then the question becomes, do we want to expand the program? Do we see any windows we've created? I'm a big for-profit guy, but on this, I'm not a big for-profit guy. I understand what we're trying to do here. I want to make sure it doesn't become a vehicle for private equity guys or somebody that will creating a window for people to do things in a less regulatory framework for their benefit versus for the kids' benefit. So I'd want to look to see who the participants are, and you begin to see people building scale. Like is an applicant restricted to one location, or you envision multiple locations with one applicant?
We're envisioning one location per applicant, but we'll have to see. This bill expands quite a bit, by how many we can adopt. 20 is, it could be that, Electric Boat, say, for example, I'm making it up, but they might say, we're going to do a location on our Groton campus and one in the community. So we're going to have 2, but they each have to have their own license. They each have to be licensed, and the individual has to be licensed. So it's 4 licenses if it's 4 programs.
Perfect.
But you might have the same operator operating in a couple of.
And I don't know how you restrict that, because you'll want to look to see how many operators
Yeah.
there are. If there were 15 consolidated operations with 15 licensees underneath them, are we getting the work done we're hoping to achieve? So you might want to just look to see. I don't know how you scope that. I haven't looked at your business model, but you may want to think what discretion you have in granting those licenses if it exceeds a certain number, either one location or one overall conceptually grantee, who's overseeing all the operations. You may want to scope that.
Thank you.
I'll leave that for a suggestion
Okay.
for my
Take it.
side.
Thank you.
Thank you. And seeing no further comment,
Thank you.
I want to thank you so much for being with us. And I would like to now invite our Majority Leader of the Senate, Bob Duff.
Good morning.
And to you.
Good morning, Senator Hartley, Representative Meskers, Senator Martin, Representative Harrison, and distinguished members of the Commerce Committee. I'm testifying in strong support of SB 248, an act establishing the Connecticut-Ireland Trade Commission. In today's global economy, America's relationship with international allies is essential for our nation and our state's economy, security, and prosperity. And this is why I was inspired by legislation passed in New Jersey to create the New Jersey-Ireland Trade Commission. This commission was the brainchild of Representative Carol Murphy, who I am familiar with through our relationship at NCSL, National Conference of State Legislatures, who visited Ireland and realized that Ireland would be a good gateway for U.S. business to access Europe. The New Jersey-Ireland Trade Commission has enhanced both trade between New Jersey and Ireland, as well as trade between New Jersey and other European countries that are now more accessible to New Jersey from Ireland. One of Ireland's major exports is education. New Jersey's Ireland Trade Commission has allowed New Jersey to create both faculty exchange programs and student exchange programs with Irish colleges and universities. And this educational exchange will foster future business exchange. In Connecticut, the commission, which is tasked with drafting a yearly report, will advance bilateral trade and investment, initiate joint action on policy issues of mutual respect, promote business and academic exchanges, encourage mutual economic support, encourage mutual investment in the infrastructure of both nations, and address such other issues as determined by the commission. And really, one of the best parts about this is that the commission it comes without a price tag. The commission does not cost the taxpayers anything, as it is required to raise its own funds through direct solicitation or other fundraising events, as well as through gifts, grants, and bequests. This commission will provide nothing but a benefit to the state. It will strengthen our international ties, enhance trade, and strengthen our economy without requiring the state to spend a cent. I urge you to support this bill and give it a favorable report. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thanks so much for being with us. But most of all, thanks for giving us this proposal. I think perhaps the time is very ripe right now in terms of everything that's going on, and particularly post-pandemic. And also in view of the fact that on a national level, we have yet to be able to secure trade agreements. And so on state by state basis, and you reference Jersey as having already stood up such a commission, we are understanding that there's great value, as you point out, the bilateral relationship. And the state of Connecticut actually having already teed up our transatlantic service with Aer Lingus, and we are now about to light that back up, having, in the off seasons. I guess we're now on the on season, especially as we approach the high holiday, having, that service reinstated. So how long has Jersey had such a commission, Senator?
I'm going to have to get back, Jana. I think it's fairly new. And this is why I was approached by Senator Mark Daly, the head of the Irish Senate. And I know you have some folks from Ireland who are coming here to testify today to this committee about why this is important. And the fact that New Jersey has seen really some significant progress on the relationships. And I had the opportunity a few years ago to visit Dublin and to meet with some government leaders there. And there's a lot of business that's happening between Ireland and the United States. They're very hungry to explore more business relationships, and Connecticut really should be at the precipice of that. We should be leading that, not following. So this is why I think it's important for us to really take this and submit this and vote on it in the House and Senate and have it signed by the governor so that the Trade Commission can get up and running.
Yeah, and once again, that's why we're so grateful to have this proposal before us. And in many sectors, you mentioned academic, manufacturing, but also with respect to IT. I think there's great synergies that we can certainly realize and scale between Ireland and, of course, the state of Connecticut. Representative Meskers.
So on behalf of my grandmother, Mary McGill, I want to thank you. But in a more serious point, I'd like us to, as part of this, and not necessarily I'm not going to suggest an amendment to the bill, but I'd love us to look and have an exploration about the job shortages in the state of Connecticut. You know, I know we're working on compacts, et cetera. I don't know where we stand on both the health industry and on education. And then we can look in terms of educational equivalents and if there's opportunities for workforce and licensing across those borders. It'd be very entertaining. It might facilitate the application for visas for people to work in the States if they're duly accredited to practice here. So I'm not sure what the burdens or restrictions were, but it probably would be
Yeah.
good thing to look at going
Well, I
forward.
think, and I appreciate the comment, Representative. I saw Senator Mark Daly just pop his head on the screen a second ago, but what I think will be important with these trade commissions in Connecticut and New Jersey is that they can then report back to what they feel are important issues for us to explore. And on top of that, not only if Connecticut and New Jersey have these trade commissions in place, if other states do the same thing, they can be a really useful lobbying tool to members of Congress in order to look at these issues that states are saying, hey, we need help on this from the federal level. So I think that let's let the Trade Commission do its work. Let's let them partner with other trade commissions in other states, and let's let them be a real good force for advocating for these types of things you just mentioned in Washington.
And lastly, if they're looking for a location for their New England Center, let them know that Connecticut welcomes them.
Absolutely.
Right. Thank you, Senator.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Meskers. Yes, Senator Martin.
Good morning.
Good morning, sir.
Would this be the first trade commission that we'd be authorizing? Or
In-
are there,
In
Any-
Connecticut, I
Yeah.
don't know. I'd have to get back to you.
all right, thank you.
Thank you, sir. Other comments? And I don't see any hands raised. So thank you so much, Senator Duff, for this proposal. We look forward to proceeding.
Thank you.
With it.
Thank you, Madam
Thank
Chair.
you, sir. And I know we've got Senator Mark Daly in the queue. And I beg his indulgence because we do have Representative Mary Wielder, who is now with us. So I'm going to call on Representative Wielander, and then to be followed by Mark Daly.
Good morning and thank you. Good morning, honorable co-chairs, Senator Hartley, Representative Meskers, Vice Chairs Vizino and Rahman, and ranking members, Senator Martin and Representative Harrison, and other distinguished members of the committee. I am here today to speak on HB 5093, an act increasing the funding for the Artist Fellowship Program. This is a program run by the Office of the Arts and has offered grants and the totals or the amounts of $5,000, $3,000, and $1,000 to residents across the state on a multitude of artistic disciplines. On the scale of a state budget, the proposed increase of $104,500 is a minute fraction, but in reality, that increase could give up to an additional 35 artists support that could literally mean keeping the lights on. These recipients live in all corners of the state, and I would encourage you to check Daniel Fitzmaurice's online testimony for the town-by-town breakdown to see how your district's residents have benefited. Additionally, increasing the funding for programs like this would restore a small amount of the proposed 78.2% reduction that the National Assembly of State Arts Agencies is currently anticipating for Connecticut for this budget year. It would also put us more in line with our neighboring states who have recognized that not only are these investments good for residents, but they are smart economic choices. According to their website, the National Endowment for the Arts grants provide a significant return on investment of federal dollars, with $1 of NEA direct funding leveraging up to $9 in private and other public funds, resulting in $500 million in matching support. Locally, in 2023, the 12-day Arts and Ideas Festival in New Haven saw an economic impact of $2.66 million for downtown New Haven, which was an 8.1% increase from 2022, and it employed 155 people. The bottom line is that when people support the arts, the entire community benefits. Recipients of these grants are professionals across a multitude of disciplines who must demonstrate a commitment and dedication to their craft. And I hope that we can find a better way to support them and in turn, better support our state. And I'm happy to take any questions if you have any, and thank you so much for your time.
Thank you so much, Representative Willander. But thank you also for your advocacy, your strong advocacy on this subject. And we clearly appreciate and recognize the importance of arts in the economy of the state of Connecticut, quality of life and otherwise. Yes, Representative Meskers.
Yeah, thank you, Representative Willander. I don't want to put you on the spot because I have questions more on the structure.
Mhm.
Is this a matching grant or is this a grant program administered solely by the state?
It's solely by the state. This is a program that I believe has existed since 2018. And they are given to artists that do not belong to or aren't members of a formal nonprofit organization. So this is typically creators that are underserved communities oftentimes that are not part of an official program and so don't receive extra funding.
I appreciate that. I think last year when we sat and we did arts, cultures, and tourism, we were looking at the overarching system. One of the concerns in the way we allocate funds is that the normal group of people who come to the table are the established museums, the established seaports, the aquariums, which I all support. So please don't send me a letter, against that. I'm very much in support. But you realize that the arts and culture, in terms of bringing it out to the regional and smaller communities, is always challenged. So I appreciate the advocacy. There's a suggestion it's not for you. I'd love to see the organization have an umbrella 503C and engage in some type of a advocacy where they solicit dollars from the public as well and say for every dollar that the state is going to put towards advocacy, you can help us, rest assured, by providing another dollar. So maybe we could work on leverage from the point of view, because this sounds like your group is identifying people and communities of need. But I'm not sure, apart from coming to us and advocating for the dollars, I'd love to see them figure out how to leverage that from the from the private sector in terms of solicitations. I think it might be very helpful. So that's just the only thought. So right now, what kind of the ask is for an increment of 104,500 on top of a base of what right now?
That would be roughly a 50% increase from the state funding. And just to be clear, I am not actually part of the organization. I'm just a big fan.
Right.
So this is something that I have a professional connection from my former life. I used to be an electrician for theater. My husband currently still teaches at the Yale School of Drama in theater production and set building. My kids are all involved in the arts. This is something that it's for the rural areas. It's the areas that don't have a large arts basis in their communities, such as some of our bigger cities. So this is a group where individuals can seek it out to find that support.
So this is roughly reaching out to a couple of hundred individual artists across the state in smaller communities that don't have the access.
It's for everyone.
Yeah.
I mean, when you look at the breakdown of the past recipients, some are set in the cities, but it also is for, the people who are eligible, they can do playwriting, they can do music, visual arts, literary arts, digital media and film, design, cultural and traditional arts, the community and teaching of the arts, which is wonderful for connecting to our children, choreography and dance. And this is it is to support the people who, like I said, are not formally involved with a established organization, so that they can do this independently.
So thanks a lot. I really appreciate the advocacy. So I don't know what else to ask you, but I really appreciate it.
I appreciate your time and your attention very much. both of you.
Thank you so much. I do have one point of information, Rep. Willander. This previous line item funding, was that ARPA money? Do you know?
I don't believe so, based on the fact that it was before the pandemic.
It was, what'd you say, 19?
I believe 2018.
18. Yeah. Thank you very much. And seeing no further questions, thanks for being with us.
Thank
And
you.
I would like to now invite our guest from Jersey, is it? Yes, Senator Mark Daly. Senator?
How are you doing? I haven't quite got a visa from Jersey. I still only get a
Oh,
passport from
okay,
Ireland.
you're our Irish. Yes, thank you for being with
No,
us.
thank you so much. It's a great honor to address your committee, Chair, and I want to thank my good friend Bob Duff for along with his colleagues on this particular initiative, which normally, when it comes to ideas like this, you don't have to worry about someone stealing your idea. You have to try and ram it down their throats. But this idea came from New Jersey originally, following their visit to Northern Ireland, where they asked after their visit there and observed the huge impact that the United States has had as a result of its involvement and its sustained support for the peace process over the last 26 years now, that there are people alive in Ireland today because the US got involved but stayed involved. And that's at all levels of government, not just federal and not just US presidents, successive US presidents, governors, state legislators, at all levels of government have been involved in supporting the peace process. And their idea when they came back was to introduce the Ireland Trade Commission bill. And the reason I say you don't have to worry about someone stealing their idea, that idea was actually borrowed by West Virginia, and they passed it into law last year before New Jersey got a chance to get it done. And now we have a number of other states looking at the initiative. I think your nearest neighbor, Rhode Island, only introduced it yesterday, or published the bill yesterday. And the idea is that, I suppose, one of the few benefits of Brexit is Ireland is now the largest English-speaking country left in the European Union. And we are the gateway to a market of 450 million people. Proof of that is that there's 950 US companies use Ireland as their access way to the EU market. Brexit is, I suppose, not the worst idea in the world, but it's pretty close to the worst idea in the world, in that leaving your largest trading partner has consequences. One of which has been for the UK that the Bank of London had to move to Dublin in order to continue trading with the European Union. Because one of the rules of the European Union is, in order to trade in the European Union, you have to have a foothold. And over the last 40 years, Ireland has managed to get companies like Apple and Intel have a huge operation in Ireland. Silicon Docs has all our IT sector. But this is a two-way relationship, because Ireland is, for a country about this size, we're the ninth largest investor in the United States of America. So we want to bring Irish companies who are interested and have invested in Ireland, but to look at Connecticut and the opportunities. And the direct flights that you're talking about has a lot of benefits, because we are one of only 9 countries in the world that have pre-clearance. So when you leave Dublin, you arrive into Connecticut, New York, and Boston, and all the rest, as if you're arriving into a domestic airport. Countries like France and the UK and Germany don't actually have that. And nobody, if you're a chief executive, you don't want to get off a plane and have to join a big long queue. And that's one of the reasons, that's one of the benefits of the long-standing relationship. But one of the other things we want to build on is the educational links. And that is academic to academic exchange, where you would have the business school in University College Dublin and the business school in your universities partnering with each other. We already do that with California, where the UCLA have a college credits program for students to come over for 4 weeks in the summer. And they get college credits for that, or come for a semester, or come for a year, but also have the academic exchange, and then build the future links between the future leaders. And the ideas, the issue you were just talking about previously, childcare, it's an issue we're discussing literally this morning in the Senate. So there are universal problems, and by bringing people together, and the idea would be every August, the commissioners, those appointed on the Ireland Connecticut Trade Commission, along with the state legislators, would be invited to Ireland to meet with government leaders, educational leaders, and also those involved in industry on how to bring jobs and opportunities from Ireland into Connecticut. And we discussed the skill shortages. Our problems are the same. We similarly have skill shortages, but there might be ways we can work together to address those issues. So I just want to thank those who put forward this idea, those in New Jersey who came up with it, and delighted to be before, and a huge honor to be before your committee today, Chair.
Well, Senator, thank you. And I'm guessing it's about dinner time over there right now.
It's not far off dinner time, but like we're going to rumble on till about 8 o'clock tonight. You know, people have a lot of things to say in our Senate.
I've experienced that. Yes, so we are ever grateful for you being with us here today. And of course, to our Senate Majority Leader, Bob Duff, who recognized the value and the importance of investing in this figuratively, because there's no downside to it. And we have watched, I personally, how Ireland has really reinvented itself on many fronts, but most in particularly in the IT arena. And so we are very grateful to try to leverage and raise this working relationship. I should also mention to you that this committee, the Commerce Committee, is also coincidentally engaging in a proposal which would help to bring entrepreneurs over in connection with our higher education institutions and also our businesses to work to allow them, to have capacity to get here besides the limitations with the H-1B visa. We're calling this the Global Entrepreneurship and Residency Program, and it is modeled in Massachusetts for one. But these kinds of things, I think, all connect to bring about our mutual objectives. So this is very exciting, Senator.
And thanks, like we used to be, as described by one commentator who never had an unpublished thought. He said that Ireland had gone from a beer and biscuits economy to a Google and gigabytes economy, and that was done through education. And that initiative that you're talking about of bringing over entrepreneurs and giving them an opportunity is something we'd be delighted to tell our citizens about, because so many of them benefit from being in the United States of America, getting that experience, establishing jobs like my own cousin has done in Atlanta, and employs 50 people in Atlanta, but he got that opportunity, and many more would love to follow and create jobs across the United States, but also has a benefit for Ireland as well. So it's a two-way relationship based on obviously the trade, the commerce, the high tech, but the educational and also the governmental links as well, which is very important. Exchanging ideas on how we can all work better together.
Yes, and I have to also just reference your opening remarks about the long-standing, deep-rooted relationship with the United States and the UK and Northern Ireland. This will just be a continuation of those connections, and quite frankly, our great respect and admiration for Ireland and the UK.
Just this year of all anniversaries, last year we celebrated the 25th anniversary of the Good Friday Agreement.
Yes.
This year we celebrate the 100th anniversary of the establishment of diplomatic relations between Ireland and the United States. In fact, the first ever diplomat ambassador appointed by Ireland was to the United States, and this year is that centenary anniversary.
Yes, that is so true. Comments from my colleagues. Yes, Representative Meskers, co-chair.
Not to dispute it, Senator, but I think if you go back far enough, beer and biscuits isn't where you started. I think you basically saved us in the Middle Ages in a repository of the world's knowledge in its day. So there's a longer cycle than to beer and biscuits, but certainly it's gone full circle, and I applaud you on the economic development. It doesn't go without.
Was it your grandmother or your great-grandmother came over from Ireland?
My grandmother.
Your grandmother McGill, is it? McGill?
Mary McGill.
Mary McGill. So like, I suppose in 2 years' time, I thank you for, there's a book called How the Irish Saved Civilization. I'm not too sure we could claim the credit for saving all civilization, but in 2026, we mark the 250th anniversary of American independence. And my own ancestor was General Sullivan, who was with George Washington in the crossing of the Delaware and in the siege of Boston. I think he ended up as a member of Congress as well, and a governor. He had an interesting life, but we look forward to celebrating that 250th anniversary. And Washington is reported to have said, when things weren't going so well and all seemed lost, he looked around at the remaining troops that he had, and he said, "Ireland, O friend of my country, in our most friendless days."
Well, that's an incredible testimony of your family to public service. So I salute you.
Thank you.
And if there are no further comments from my colleagues, and I'm not seeing any hands raised, I just want to bid you a top of the evening, Senator.
Thank you.
And yes, we look forward to proceeding with this proposal in front of us. Thank you. Thank you for being with us.
Thank you. Karamaga.
And we will now, our next invited guest will be Tracy Madden Hennessy, and from the New Britain YWCA. And Tracy is, I think, remote. Is she not, Madam Clerk? Is Tracy with us?
I'm here.
Oh, hey, you have the floor. Tracy, thanks for hanging in there with us.
Thank you. Thank you, Senator Hartley, Representative Meskers, and the esteemed members of the Commerce Committee. I am Tracy Madden Hennessy, and I'm the Executive Director of the YWCA of New Britain, and I am supporting SB 249, an act concerning the Early Childhood Business Incubator program. And I want to also extend my thanks to Commissioner Bai for kind words earlier. But we are the lead agent for the first childcare business incubator being established in New Britain. It's the first incubator to come online in Connecticut, and as far as we know, in the country. And for those who had questions about it, our program trains women in both early childhood and business operations over a period of 4 or 5 months, and then helps them and provides supports to operate out of a shared space. In this case, we have 4 classrooms. So 4 shared classrooms on site at a location that we've established with the Housing Authority of New Britain. And we approached this particular project because of the shortage of childcare in New Britain. Particularly for children under age 3. And I think we heard through Representative Foster in real time what the shortage of care does to women. But in New Britain, only 13 children out of every 100 children in New Britain under age 3 have access to childcare. So that obviously negatively impacts women's ability to go back to work. And it also negatively impacts businesses who are facing worker shortages. So our particular site will be licensed for a total of 24 to 32 children between the 4 providers. And having a shared site is particularly important to New Britain, as 65% of our residents rent, and landlords were presenting a barrier to opening a business out of an apartment. So, and we found that statistics indicate that women, particularly women of color, have trouble obtaining capital to begin a business venture. So this particular project addresses both. We have trained our first cohort, 10 women, 8 of whom finished the course. 4 were selected by interview to operate within the incubator. 2 are developing their own home childcare out of their own residence. And 1 trainee has become an employee of the YWCA, which also operates school readiness and childcare programs in an independent center. Our goal is really to support them for a period of 3 to 5 years until they amass the capital resources they need to move to an independent site, either create a small center for themselves, group daycare, or home daycare out of their own home. And when the original legislation was passed, 7 communities were named in the legislation to pilot this concept. Each of the 7 communities has had to move on independently to find the resources necessary to establish an incubator. But despite this challenge, we've had many inquiries and teams from communities both inside and outside of Connecticut interested in the model who visited us. And some of these communities are not named in the legislation, but I would argue that that shouldn't be a barrier to piloting this project. So I'm requesting that the committee consider the legislation that opens this opportunity to any community that sees this model as a means of addressing a childcare shortage and a way to increase childcare entrepreneurial opportunities and give them a greater chance of financial success. There are many areas in Connecticut which have a high percentage of resident renters, low childcare inventory, and a potential workforce that needs the additional support to become a successful childcare entrepreneur and would be ideal for this type of model. The fact that Connecticut is willing to support a non-traditional hybrid really moves us to the forefront of the country in terms of childcare innovation. And I heard I was on earlier, and I would invite anyone from the committee. I would be happy to take you on a tour of our site and answer any questions that you might have regarding it.
Tracy, thank you. Thank you very much. Yeah, and I'm understanding you are kind of the author of this model.
Yes, there was a committee in New Britain that put together this model several years ago. It actually was pitched at a competition, an early childhood competition at Harvard University, and it won the development division in 2018.
And let me go back. So I'm looking at your testimony as well. You say only 13 children under the age 3 have access to childcare. What were the?
That was I submitted the updated testimony. It's 13 out of every 100 children.
100. Okay, thank you. Yeah, and that's a very real stat, because I mean, I think everyone sees this in their community. So if I can just understand a little bit. So you've got the entrepreneurs, they apply and you obviously vet them, and then they go through a training program that the YW offers. And what does that consist of?
So we did the training in early childhood, and we partnered with the Women's Business Development Council, who offered the training on financial literacy. So women participated in about 8 weeks of training and concepts related to early childhood, and then another 12 weeks or so on owning your own business, creating a business plan, budgeting, accounting, and all those types of aspects of training needed to sustain their business financially.
So it's about, what is it, 5 months of training?
We gave them 5 months of training. Yep. Yeah.
I missed that. What?
Yes, it was 5 months of training. Yep.
Every day? This is a 5-day week?
It was not every day. It was about 8 hours a week. We did it evenings because many of the women did work another job during the day.
And then is there a curriculum that is introduced, which they you can use in their small childcare business?
We are actually adopting an online database through a company that is called Hi Mama. That's not what it's called now. They've recently changed their name, but they do provide both curriculum and database to help with attendance and record keeping in the childcare space. But yes, we used, for the training purposes, we used all our KIN's family childcare training model as the foundation for the training that we provided the women in our program.
Thank you. And so then you said a 3 to 5 year window is kind of what you envision in terms of seeding these small businesses?
That's correct. Yes. Yes. So we are working with them. We actually have been, we applied on their behalf to OEC to become a child daycare site for infant toddler childcare, so that the women could offer childcare to the public on a sliding fee scale and get reimbursed for it. And that's because so many families in New Britain in particular need that sliding fee scale to make the childcare affordable. And we anticipate that most of the women will start with 4 children before they ramp up to 6. If they have an assistant, they can go up to 9. But we'll start with the 4, and those 4 first slots will be subsidized.
Thank you very much, Representative Meskers.
So this is pure speculation I'm requesting, but you're talking about a 3 to 5 year startup. You're anticipating in the 5-year range that potentially they have the assets of the down payment, the employment history to purchase a home. So they would bring it back under the other regulatory framework in terms of doing an in-home daycare potentially then.
That's correct. Our goal was always to seed family childcare centers or homes throughout the city to increase supply. So yes, we are working with other organizations. We have a NeighborWorks nonprofit in the community which offers low-income housing and helps first-time homeowners with limited assets buy their own home. We will partner with folks like that to work to help them build their assets. We're also creating a forced savings vehicle. We have opened an account in a credit union. The credit union seeded that account with $2,000 for each one of the women. And then after their first year of operation, there will be a membership fee, about 2% of their gross income, and half of that money will go into that account as forced savings, so that by the time they end up getting to that anniversary, that 5-year anniversary, there'll be an existing account with funding in it that will help them with a down payment.
So without putting my finger on the scale, because I have no intention of putting my finger on the scale, you don't envision any of these people potentially opening up an institutional business from this platform?
I can't say that. There could be a woman who might decide she wants to open up her own center.
So I would say without getting involved then in your framework of what you guys want to do, because I'm not going to do that either in legislation or otherwise, you might want to think about that flexibility in year 5, whether it's for a down payment or for an expansion into professional workforce. You know, if you feel like getting the skill set and the ambition, and you become the law incubator for that, that might be where you might want to think about that as well.
Yeah, that's good feedback. So thank you, Representative Meskers.
Okay, you're welcome. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Representative Meskers. And I'm looking to see if there are any other hands raised, seeing none. I do want to ask you again, Tracy, what's the ratio? You said if you had an assistant, you could go up to
9
9.
children, yeah. Otherwise, with the single provider in her space, she can go up to 6. That's the family childcare regulation.
Wow. So, and give me the age range again.
So it's two children under 18 months and then 4 children over 18 months, but you can have 4 of the 6 children can be under age 3. So you could have 2 infants, 2 toddlers, and 2 school age or 2 preschool, however, or whatever you envision for yourself and feel you could care for.
Wow. But that's so the ratio is 1 person to 2 under 18 months and 4 over 18 months.
Yes. Yeah.
That's a lot of energy in one room.
Yes, it is. But to Commissioner Bai's point earlier, the women aren't by themselves in our setting. I do have a coordinator and we'll have staff who in essence will be part of the substitute pool for each one of our providers. So they're not by themselves, which makes this a little bit different than a childcare home setting. It's not quite as isolated as it would be if they were alone in their house.
And these are the existing ratios if you were actually in a home setting.
That's correct.
Interesting. Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. This has been really interesting. And we're watching New Britain.
Well, thank you.
Okay. We'd like to move on to Meryl Gay. And thank you, Meryl, for being here and being patient with us.
Good afternoon, Senator Hartley, Representative Metzgers, Representative Harrison, members of the committee. My name is Meryl Gay. I'm the Executive Director of the Connecticut Early Childhood Alliance, and I'm here to testify in favor of Senate Bill 249. Full disclosure, I've served on the advisory committee for the New Britain incubator, and that work really grew out of work that we did in New Britain, looking at how do we solve this chronic problem of a lack of childcare for infants and toddlers. Go back 26 years when my son was on the way. We put him on the wait list at the YWCA, which was the only place that had an infant toddler program. And they had a spot for him when he turned 3 in the preschool. There was no infant toddler care. There's only one licensed spot for every 8 children under age 3 in New Britain. That's what that 13% number that, that just puts it in context. Family child care is more flexible than center-based care. Lots of families need care in the evening or on the weekends because work schedules are different. And family child care is more flexible. But in New Britain, this project sort of was to solve 2 problems: the lack of care and the YWCA doing education and job development with women who had experience taking care of children, but not professional experience, and were interested in starting their own businesses. When they tried to look at starting family child care businesses, they were in overcrowded apartments and you couldn't get that space licensed. So that's where the notion of a business incubator, the fact that there was a CCSU business incubator just a block down the street might have provided a little inspiration. That was not working for childcare. That was a business incubator for other kinds of businesses. But as we tried to move this forward, what we found was that the licensing regime was either you're a family childcare in a home or you're a center. There was no in between. And so the pilot was created to bridge that gap and to create the space where we could do supported business development in a commercial space as opposed to people's homes. So as Tracy has explained, this is being, and the commissioner mentioned, this has been recognized as a national model. Lest you think that New Britain is unique in this shortage of childcare. There's only one licensed infant toddler space for every 3 children statewide. And in my written testimony, there's a interactive map where you can scroll over your town and see what the ratio is of licensed infant toddler spots per 100 children in your communities. We have a huge problem. Large parts of the state are childcare deserts when you look for infant toddler care. Large parts of Eastern Connecticut are childcare deserts when it comes to looking for any care. We look at family childcare as being uniquely suited towards those lower density areas where there aren't enough children to really support a big childcare center. Family childcare may be a better approach there. And that's why Electric Boat was interested in this model as they look at how are they going to hire thousands of new sub-builders when there's not childcare for those young workers, kids to attend. This bill is the compromise between what the advocates originally proposed, which was let's just lift the deadline for the pilot and open it up to all communities. OEC was concerned about the licensing burden that would create and the fact that they're still kind of building the plane as they fly it, trying to sort out all of the issues here. So the compromise is 20 incubators. We think that gives enough room for the various groups that are trying to raise the money and get this all started. One of the other key things that was mentioned earlier, Representative Metzger, you asked the question about limited to 1 per town. So New Britain has set up the process for training potential entrepreneurs. They found a location. It's only got 4 places. So they didn't have room for their full class of people to all have a spot in the incubator. Now, because they've already built that infrastructure to train, it might make the most sense to say, let's let them find another location and be able to have a second, satellite space to do an incubator. This bill will essentially eliminate the restriction that you could only have 1 per community. It just says maximum 20. If we get to the point where we've got 17 or 18 of these up and running and they're working well, we'll come back and say, it's time to lift the cap and just allow this everywhere. But this is the pilot, sort of the extension of the pilot to see if we can make this all work right. And that it really does have the promise that or has the potential that it appears to. And I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Yeah, thank you so much, Meryl, and also for all your years' dedication to this subject. 26 years, it doesn't sound possible.
Yes.
Not at all. Yeah, Representative Meskers.
So again, thank you for your advocacy. I think when we talk about early childhood education, early child care, and we need a combination, obviously, with education, close the achievement gap. It's incumbent on us as legislators to figure out where the resources are coming from. And I'll work with you on that battle in the next biennial budget for sure. I wanted to clarify the 2 things. My 2 salient points are not 1 per city. It's 1 applicant and how many locations that 1 applicant could be in.
Yeah.
My concern more is it becomes a venue for someone who is more, how should we say, on a for-profit mode to decide he wants 15 applications and he's going to seed the money for the licenses for 15 quote unquote independent operations. I want to make sure that the intent which of the incubator is basically bridge new people in. So that's where I was talking about. It's not by town. Okay. So that was my most important point I wanted to bring to you. And I guess I forgot the second point. Well, I'm sure it'll come back to me. But I think what you're doing is super important, and I think the advocacy is important, and I'm very much in favor of the incubators. Oh, and the second point that I made previously was I saw that the structure was to provide the foundational support, and the savings was geared mostly towards the concept of someone potentially going to home ownership and setting up an in-home practice. I think you might want to look, and that's again by your design, whether it might be the leg up for someone to open up an institutional practice on the back of the experience they get.
Yeah.
So maybe the savings you help them start becomes an incubator for them to open up an institutional childcare, an early childhood center.
So actually, there might be an in-between step that would be logical. In New York, most family childcare is licensed as licensed group family childcare, which means they employ an assistant and they're able to have 12 children. In Connecticut, we don't have that yet. What we did was change the law to say that with an assistant under a family childcare license, you can serve up to 9 children. The problem is that you're basically going to end up having to pay your assistant more than you are going to earn yourself if you do it with 9 children. The next step would be to open up the group family childcare license to make that more based on family childcare as opposed to center-based care. It's kind of silly to say that you need to have a sprinkler system put into your house so that you can serve some more children if you've got the space in the house to do it. So, and, you know, that's one of the big stumbling blocks, along with local zoning rules that have made it so that Connecticut only has 12 group family childcare homes in the state. It's almost the opposite of the way it is in New York, where most group family childcare most family childcare in New York serves up to 12 children, and in Connecticut, most can only serve up to 9. But most really only serve 6. So that would be a step that we will come back and talk to you about next year. That would be a in-between, so that somebody could graduate from the incubator, move into their own home, and serve some more children as this in-between step before going and opening up a center. Because opening up a center means needing access to capital to buy a commercial or lease a commercial space and do just a much bigger operation.
Perfect. Thank you much.
Thank you. And you know, Meryl, the map you provided us is very instructive. And it is true that we have childcare deserts, and recognizing, you know, the New London, Southeast Connecticut as one. So you referenced a couple of times in your conversations with EB. Can you tell us is there going on there?
Sorry, I missed a word there. What was?
No, I said you referenced that there were conversations.
With EB.
Yes.
Okay, yeah. So I know that the Connecticut Project, which has been helping to support a number of the efforts to develop these family childcare incubators, has been in conversation with them. That EB is very concerned about the lack of childcare in Eastern Connecticut as a hindrance to meeting their goals to hire enough staff to build all the submarines they're contracted to build.
Because some years ago, this committee put forward a bill which allowed for those entities, corporations, large corporations, to utilize their stranded tax credit for what we call investments in human capital, setting up childcare operations being one of those. So, you know, as we start to try to scale this, that may be also a tool.
Yeah, the experience with employer-sponsored childcare is fairly mixed. A number of hospitals built childcare centers in the 90s because of nursing shortage, and many of them are now backing away from that. Just corporation, if your business is not childcare, you want to focus on what you're good at. And childcare is a lot more complicated than a lot of people think it is. Most childcare businesses are barely breaking even. A third of them are not breaking even right now. Staffing is a huge issue for those programs, and that's keeping programs from really being economically viable. It's one of the reasons why family childcare is seen as an alternative that's a little bit more stable, because it's the entrepreneur working out of their home that doesn't have all of the same overhead, et cetera, that a starting center has.
Thank you so much. Yes, Representative Cheeseman.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Thank you for coming here today, Marilyn. Thank you for your conversations about the part of the state in which I live, Eastern Connecticut, which is a true childcare desert. Question, you talk about the incubators, not limiting them to, one to a town. In terms of the support that's going to be provided, how is this going to be scaled up to accommodate?
Sorry.
To accommodate the enlarged program?
So this bill is just about permission to operate within the regulatory framework. It's not, there's no money involved in it, no state money. And that has, that's why it's taken a bunch of years for the New Britain Y to get to the point where it's ready to open its doors. In each case, it's the finding the community lead and then raising the money, finding the location, arranging to do the training, all of those steps. Yes, it would probably be faster if there was an appropriation to do it. But that's not where we started. We started, let's prove the concept and make sure that it works. And, then we'll decide whether it makes sense to try and replicate it with state funds.
So for example, this might be contingent on, in my part of the state, finding that community partner who would be willing to be, the driver of this, be it, a TVCCA or some other organization that it can actually play the role of setting this up.
Yep.
We talk about the New Britain program. I presume such an organization would want to access, prior knowledge. How did this play out? What did you find worked?
So there's actually a kind of a community of practice of organizations that are looking at trying to develop these incubators that meet regularly and are collaborating. So
sure.
Yeah.
And obviously you can't speak for the Connecticut project, but I know that this is on their radar. I suppose one could hope that they could provide some guidance as far as, being supportive. And I also wanted commend this because that family daycare center, particularly when you are looking at, we mentioned Electric Boat, where they are looking at working round the clock.
Yep.
And you're not going to find that ability to have children in a commercial center. And two, I'm a great believer in stealing good ideas from other states. And if New York has a successful model with how they have with their group settings, I certainly think that this is something we should explore as a state, because that seems to be an excellent way to help overcome some of the barriers we're facing in terms of increasing access to childcare. So thank you very much for coming today. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Representative Cheeseman. And if there are no further comments, I want to thank you so much, Meryl, for being with us today and for your work on this.
Thank you.
We'd like to now invite Paul Piscatello, the Bioscience Growth Council Executive Director. Good morning. Oh, no, good afternoon, sir. Wow.
So good afternoon. Thank you so much for allowing me to speak before you this afternoon. Again, my name is Paul Piscatello. I'm a senior counsel and executive director at the CBIA. I run the Bioscience Growth Council for the CBIA. And I'm also chair of We Work for Health Connecticut, and rounding things out, I was co-chair of the task force on the GEAR working group for this legislation. So I'm here today to speak in support of HB 250, an act establishing the Global Entrepreneurship in Residence Program, commonly known by its acronym as the GEAR, GEIR program. Senate Bill 250 aims to solve a problem while creating a powerful driver of economic development in Connecticut. First, let me just talk about the problem. Individuals with higher education degrees who are not U.S. citizens but wish to work in this country need an H-1B visa issued from Federal Immigration Services. Unfortunately, more than 800,000 people apply annually for an H-1B visa, but federal law caps the number of H-1B visas issued each year at about 85,000. So it's 800,000 applicants, 85,000 slots. That's about a 1 in 10 chance of obtaining a visa and being able to work in this country. Under federal law, the H-1B visa cap does not apply to individuals who work for higher education, nonprofit, and governmental research institutions. GEAR programs, like the one described in SB 250, provide for non-U.S. citizen foreign entrepreneurs to be employed by a university in a mentorship or teaching role, while also allowing the entrepreneur to work on building and raising capital for their startup businesses. By working for the university or nonprofit, the entrepreneur would not confront the cap on H-1B visas. SB 250 would create a powerful economic development driver because it would draw into Connecticut entrepreneurs and entrepreneurial activity that would not otherwise come into our state. Once an entrepreneur is here in Connecticut, building his or her company, raising capital here, it is likely that the entrepreneur and his or her business will take root, be established here in Connecticut. The employment and tax revenue generated by the new business will add to the Connecticut economy. As I note in my formal testimony, the entrepreneurs and entrepreneurial activity generated by the GEAR program set forth in SB 250 would be additive to the Connecticut economy. It would net add, not take away, jobs and tax revenue. SB 250 is modeled on several state GEAR programs, most notably the Massachusetts GEAR program. That program has been a conduit into Massachusetts for over 69 entrepreneurs who collectively have raised more than $1 billion in funding for their startup ventures and created over 2,000 employment opportunities for Massachusetts residents. So I would be happy now to answer any questions you might have on my testimony or expand on anything I just discussed. Thank you again for this opportunity to speak before you.
Well, first of all, thank you, Dr. Piscitello, for being such a strong advocate in bioscience sector, but most recently for co-chairing the working group, which embraced this model known as the Global Entrepreneurship and Residency Program. And quite frankly, for bringing it before this committee last legislative session. So what we've learned about it is very intriguing, and your description of just plain additive to Connecticut is what I have observed in, learning more about this program. Can you just answer or respond for me to the concern that this may be taking opportunities from domestic opportunities from our own workforce?
Sure. So as you know, I represent biopharma companies, emerging biotech companies, the established companies. And so over many years, I've heard so many stories of companies trying to bring in scientists and also trying to bring in entrepreneurs to this country to run new ventures. And these are people, these are scientific positions and entrepreneurial activity that is not happening here. So again, it's not taking anything away from people in this country or this state. It's bringing new ideas, new technology, that again would not otherwise be here into the state.
And there are a couple of different models that we've learned about. The Massachusetts model, where we're talking about entrepreneurs coming, associating, working with the university, and then a different model where it is based or maybe initiated through, for example, a big pharma company. So our legislation is a kind of patterning that would be the Massachusetts model. Can you just basically describe both of them, and from your view, what would be the best position or place to start here in Connecticut?
Sure. So I think I would just say too, that what's really good about SB 250 is that it creates a very flexible, it allows University of Connecticut and other institutions to design, to be creative in their designing this program. But the Massachusetts program works by drawing in entrepreneurs from other countries to work at the university for a set number of hours. And I think in Massachusetts, it's 8 hours as it would be here. And then, and in that capacity, they are providing, authentic value to the university in terms of teaching courses, being mentors, being advisors, but then also allowing them for the rest of their work week, so to speak, to, in the case of Massachusetts, raise capital for their startup ventures. So raise capital both from people in Massachusetts, from across the country, from across the world. But these are people who really want to be in this country. And so it's very likely that when those ventures start, they will start in this country. In the case of Massachusetts, in Massachusetts. So that's one model. And another model is a company setting up sort of a perch within a university to draw in their scientists or entrepreneurs to that sort of physical space at the university.
And so under both models, either model, there will be a fiscal note?
There could be. In Massachusetts, there was initially some state funding. This could also be done from existing appropriations to the universities. The hope would be that over time, and I don't think it would take that long, that this would be a revenue generator, so to speak, or it would be net positive revenue to the institutions of higher education in terms of the entrepreneurs will pay a fee to the university, certainly drawing companies, biopharma, in my case, the biopharma community that I know so well, their interest in this is very high. And so their willingness to, endow things like chairs and certain areas of research would be facilitated by this type of legislation, by this type of program.
In the Massachusetts model, the entrepreneurs were provided fellowships, so to speak, or
they were provided jobs, so they are actually working at the university, and then again in the rest of their work week, other than what they're doing for the university part-time, they then are allowed to do what they need to do to form their company. That usually, a lot of that is raising capital. In the biotech world, that's the number one thing. I'll segue into something you hear me say over and over again about the biopharma industry. It takes $2.7 billion to bring a drug from idea to market. And so forming a company is all about raising capital. I'll just point out too, I think you've heard me say this in task force meetings as well, that in the world, throughout the world, literally, most of the biotech innovation occurs in this country. There are some very early stage research that occurs outside of this country, but it almost always wants to migrate to this country. And this legislation is going to facilitate that process.
So even in the Massachusetts model, it's not inherent that there be provided fellowships. And in that model, the entrepreneur would or could conceivably come and pay a fee to begin to do their research, launch their business.
That's correct, right? And in Massachusetts, that's, I think at one point, the fee was something like $32,000, which covered the costs, the various filings with the Immigration Service. And you know, something I'll just point out too, that came out in the task force meetings, that remember that each individual entrepreneur has to apply for an H-1B visa and explain the terms under which they're applying and for an exemption. So if they're going to be working for a university and engaging in some entrepreneurial activity, that will be disclosed and described in their application to the federal immigration authorities, and they will approve it or disapprove it. And so that the risk going forward to the universities is very small.
That's an important point, because we had heard that, you know, there are potential liabilities, you know, in terms of engaging with the H-1B cap. And so all of that would be vetted upfront. So there would not be any downside to an institution of higher education.
Right. I see very little downside in terms of, again, as you say, it would be vetted. And so that any problems the federal authorities have with the arrangement with the university or with the private sector employment would be, again, disclosed, described, and analyzed and ruled on, so to speak, by the federal immigration authorities.
And then with regard to, you know, line item appropriation and so forth, theoretically, it can self-sustain.
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. That's further questions. Yes, Representative Meskers.
So I think part of our effort in guidance was to look at the global entrepreneur in residence, look at the model structures, and obviously to engage our public universities in this. But I'll ask you, it doesn't seem that we should preclude, particularly if we look at funding, if we consider funding, we shouldn't preclude any of our private universities for participating if they're so inclined.
That's correct.
Okay. Because when you mention the issues of both fellowships, endowing chairs, we're talking about attracting a select group of talented individuals who are both looking at startups, looking at business, but they're going to provide tremendous exposure to both the university staff and existing researchers and to our student body to participate in some of those endeavors. So it's the skill set that will be transferring within our university system would be enormous, no?
I agree. And the opportunity, you know, for things, you know, like internships with the entrepreneurs, the foreign entrepreneurs, I think it's very high.
I just wanted to mention that I'd spoken to one or two people, and it was my anticipation that we would look to broaden the legislation. So we'll have to look in terms of the drafting. I would want to bring it out potentially as, you know, expanded to include our private universities as well. But thank you.
Thank you, Representative Meskers. Further comments from committee members? And I'm looking to see if we've got any hands raised. I don't see any. Paul, once again, I want to thank you for all the time you've dedicated to this. And let me just say, we'll still keep you on call here as we're going forward. Okay. Thank you very much for being with us and testifying this morning.
Thank you so much.
Okay. I'd like to next invite, where are we? Yeah. Salah Abudas Sabar from the Black Haven Arts and Culture, the executive director, who is remote. Madam Clerk, is he with us? Yeah. Okay, yes. Good afternoon. Yes.
Hi, how are you guys? Good afternoon. Thank you so much for having me. I'm so excited to be able to speak on behalf of my artist community. My name is Selwa Abdisabor. I'm the executive director of Black Haven Arts and Culture in Connecticut.
Selva, I'm not sure whether you can either turn up your mic or whether we can do that.
Okay.
Maybe we can do it on our side. I'm not sure. No, we'll need you to turn up your mic, please, if possible.
Yes. Okay, maybe I just need to get a little closer, and that's okay. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Awesome. So in Connecticut, the art possesses an undeniable transformative power with untapped talent waiting to burst forth. I grew up in Connecticut my whole life. I'm from New Haven, Connecticut. Our state's unique cultural landscape fosters stories that penetrates hearts and resonates deeply with communities. That's precisely why we founded the first short Black film festival in the state of Connecticut. Black Haven Film Festival, dedicated to uplifting filmmakers whose narratives reflect and enrich the fabric of our neighborhoods. At our drive-in movie theater experience in the Dixwell community, families gathered eagerly to witness the enchantments of storytelling unfold on screen. I'll never forget the moment when a group of young Black boys, captivated by the films, expressed their excitement at seeing such a representation in their neighborhood for the first time. Though they did not have a ticket when they approached, it's moments like these that underscored the importance of providing platforms for underrepresented voices in our community. One such success story, Carl Jr., whose films on themes of grief not only touch hearts, but also led to a meaningful encounter, later on meeting Spike Lee through our programming. He brought his grandfather's ashes, which the story was about, to the film festival itself, showing the deep meaning for him being able to be awarded and tell this story to his community. His journey highlights the transformative power and impact of the arts, bridging generations and connecting us to our history. However, despite the immense cultural and economic value of the arts, funding disparities persist, leaving pockets of our community without adequate support. This is why initiatives like the Artist Fellowship are crucial. By investing in CT's artists and providing them with platforms to share their stories, we not only enrich our cultural landscape, but also stimulate economic growth. The global arts market resilience as evidenced by the $68 billion in value in 2022 underscores the economic potential of investing in the arts. Moreover, Connecticut's arts and cultural production industry contributes $9.77 billion to the national GDP in 2019, showcasing its significant impact. Therefore, I urge the state of Connecticut to recognize the importance of supporting the arts by investing in initiatives like the Artist Fellowship and increasing its funding. By doing so, we're not only amplifying diverse voices and narratives, but also foster economic growth and community cohesion. Thank you guys so much. I really appreciate the opportunity to speak on this, as it is a deep passion of mine, and thank you so much.
So thank you so much for being with us, and your passion is contagious. And yes, this is a particular niche of artists and talented, but who need to be recognized, and a bridge is very important for that. So thank you for your advocacy and your important work here. Are there comments from colleagues? Yes, Representative Meskers.
Yeah, so I mean, I was approached through Representative Wieland for this. So, and it's always good to get an individual who's directly involved in the Black Haven's arts and culture to speak for the issue specifically, because as I said, I don't know if you heard our prior testimony last year when we talked about the arts, culture, tourism, and we were looking for funding. One of the issues was building metrics, but I remember saying concretely that time, you can't build metrics on performance without sustained support. So if you're going to be putting art classes in inner cities or performance art, you know, you can't expect a turnaround in 1, 2, or 3 years. When you invest, you have to have a constancy for both parents, artists and all, to know that there is a resource to support their striving and a pathway forward. So I appreciate your testimony, and you were heard, is what I'll tell you. So thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Representative Mesker. Seeing other hands, thanks for being with us. So I'd like to invite Kathleen Callahan, who is also remote Policy and Civic Engagement Director of the Cradle to Career Coalition. You're with us, Kathleen. I did see you. Yes, you have the floor.
Yes. Thank you very much. Good afternoon, honorable chairpersons, ranking members, and all of the distinguished members of the Commerce Committee. As Senator just mentioned, I am the Kathleen Callahan, a resident of Stratford and director of the Policy and Civic Engagement for the Connecticut Cradle to Career Coalition. That includes Bridgeport Prospers, Danbury Collective, Norwalk Acts, Stamford Cradle to Career, and Waterbury Bridge to Success. I'm testifying on behalf of the coalition, and we call upon the committee to support SB 249 and act concerning the Early Childhood Business Incubator Program. Thank you for your time today and consideration of this bill. Coming into this session, our priorities included supporting early childhood education and childcare program funding and creating a workforce pipeline and opportunities for generational success. This bill aligns with and supports all of them. Passage of Public Act 27-171 led to the creation of the Child Care Incubator Project at the YWCA of New Britain, and thanks to Commissioner Bai's commitment and Tracy Madden Hennessy's visionary work, gained national recognition earlier this year. This model empowers its aspiring entrepreneurs with the necessary tools and knowledge to excel as successful early childcare providers and effective, efficient, and thriving businesses, addressing a key concern in the 2023 Blue Ribbon Panel on Childcare report, quote, alleviating regulatory and administrative burdens that siphon time and resources they can dedicate to children, unquote. What differentiates Connecticut's program from the others starting up across the country is the benefits of shared space. Thanks to the 2021 legislation, this hybrid community collaboration allows to providers, the business owners, to focus on running a childcare business outside of the home while partners manage the rest. Along with learning about business practices, financial literacy, and early childhood development and best practices, the incubator program trains participants in early off childhood licensing regulations and removes the barriers for renters and others with limited personally owned space. Bridgeport Prospers is actively prioritizing launching a childcare business incubator, and there is work ongoing in the cities of Danbury and Waterbury as well. This bill acknowledges the success of the work in New Britain, and while the 21 law included Bridgeport, Danbury, and Waterbury in the pilot program, the state will benefit from removing the deadline and expanding it to all interested municipalities. YWCA of New Britain has much to offer the state during this childcare crisis, and replication and adaptation of the business incubator should begin as and where possible. In closing, childcare businesses support strong communities, drive economic growth, and provide families with affordable, high-quality care. The Connecticut Cradle to Career Coalition strongly urges the committee to support SB 249. With respect and gratitude for your service and consideration, I learned a lot this morning, and it was great to hear my mother's homeland, on earlier from Ireland. So thank you very much.
Thanks for being with us, Kathleen. Yeah, that brogue does wake you up.
Oh, yes. I get to hear it every week this year. We've been having family calls. She's going to be 91 this year, and it's just lovely to be in touch with her.
Oh,
One good thing from the pandemic, which we could have been doing many years ahead of since prior to the pandemic.
That's the silver lining. Yeah. Thanks for being with us, and also for your work here with regard to the early childhood incubator, and also on the Cradle to Career, the 5 of which locations have really had astounding effects in those communities. I was just with my own Bridge to Success this past weekend, and the work and the reach has been amazing. Are there comments, questions from my colleagues? And seeing none, Kathleen, I want to thank you for being with us.
Thank you very much. It's an honor to work with these organizations. Have a great day. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Bye-bye. We would like to now invite Alex Peterson from the Airport Authority. Alex, you are with us in person. Welcome.
Good afternoon, Senator Hartley, Representative Meskers, and distinguished members of the Commerce Committee. My name is Alex Peterson, and I am the Director of Government Affairs from the Connecticut Airport Authority. I am testifying in support of Senate Bill 248, an act establishing the Connecticut-Ireland Trade Commission. Our Executive Director, Kevin Dillon, submitted written testimony in support of this bill, but he was unfortunately unable to attend today's hearing. The CAA was created as a standalone quasi-public agency in 2011, assuming the vast majority of the aviation-related responsibilities that were previously held by the DOT later in July 2013. We have achieved a number of successes over the past decade plus, and a key to that success has been a focus on air service development. An airport's nonstop route structure is its lifeblood, and all other developments flow from the routes that you are able to offer your passengers. In that vein, in 2016, the CAA was proud to reestablish transatlantic service with a direct nonstop route to Dublin, Ireland via Aer Lingus. After a hiatus due to COVID-19 restrictions, we were very pleased when Aer Lingus relaunched this route on a seasonal basis 1 year ago. Both pre and post-COVID, the flight has been a tremendous success for the state and region, conveniently offering residents and businesses with connectivity to Ireland and over 20 major European destinations. Bookings have been strong in the summer months, and Aer Lingus's decision to expand its schedule deeper into the 2023-2024 winter season is a testament to that strength. This success is a result of a robust partnership between the CAA and Aer Lingus, both domestically and abroad, including CAA staff directly building relationships with key travel agents and booking companies in Ireland, as well as the State Office of Tourism's efforts to capitalize on the flight through European marketing and additional relationship building with the travel trade industry. However, the route, like most routes, experiences slowdowns in the winter when leisure travel wanes. Increased business travel is key to ensuring the vitality of the flight during the winter months. The Ireland CT Business Council and DECD have done an excellent job fostering ties between our state and Ireland, and this effort has already borne fruit. This is evidenced by the expansion of Ireland-based Mackin talent into Hartford several years ago, as well as a number of other expansions, acquisitions, and mergers that have taken place between corporations in our respective communities. I would urge committee members to review the testimony provided by the Ireland CT Business Council, as it includes a great summary of these business linkages. This bill, which would create a Connecticut-Ireland Trade Commission, is a natural next step. It would emphasize the work of advancing bilateral trade and investment between our communities, all of which can be easily facilitated via the Aer Lingus flight at Bradley. This would dovetail nicely with the foundation that has been set in recent years by the CAA, Office of Tourism, DECD, and Ireland CT Business Council, and it would certainly help shore up demand on the flight in winter months. The CAA strongly supports the creation of this commission, as it would allow us to continue maximizing the potential of the critical Bradley Airport route to Dublin. Thank you for the opportunity to provide this testimony, and thank you to both Senator Duff and the committee for raising this important bill. I would be happy to take any questions.
Thank you very much. Appreciate you being with us. I would just like to say, Alex, that yes, the CAA has been, I think, a very successful model. I think that transition from out under the DOT was probably the best thing we could have done, and, probably much sooner than we actually did. So, and yes, the Aer Lingus route has been an example of, what we previously had not, we left on the table, so to speak. I'm just wondering, can you refresh my memory about what that initial investment was that needed to be seeded in order to get the airlines? They always go in with that assurance, and so the necessary investments are required.
Sure. So yeah, that is a revenue guarantee incentive that you're referencing. That is something that is becoming much more commonplace these days for communities size like the Bradley Airport community. And what it does is it offers the airline, it's essentially an insurance policy for them. So you negotiate a revenue target, and then to the extent that their revenues come in under that amount, you cover them up to the set amount that you negotiate. So in the case of the Aer Lingus route, the initial deal was a $9 million revenue guarantee split over 2 years. So for example, just to use round numbers, if the revenue target was set at $100 million and their revenues ended up coming in at $96 million, you would pay them $4 million. If their revenues were $102 million, you wouldn't pay them anything. And if their revenues were somehow $85 million, you would still only pay them the $4.5 million. So it gives them a limited level of insurance when they're starting up a new route, which is always a risky endeavor. And the reason why these incentives are so important is because these airlines have a lot of different opportunities. You're competing with airports across the country for these limited assets, the aircraft that the airline has available, and they could plug those aircraft into any number of routes across the country. So that bit of assurance gives them some comfort into picking your airport.
And of that 9 million investment that the state made, how much has been drawn down?
So the deal was extended. In total, I believe it was slightly more than 13 million at the end of the day. And the last that I saw, there was over $1 million left. Naturally, some of this has also been complicated by the fact that COVID hit in the middle. And so there have been some complications as a result of that as well.
And so we are operating seasonally, but there is potential to do a year-round offering.
Yes, so they were actually scheduled to cease operations effective, I believe it was the end of October of 2023. They opted to continue 3 times per week through early January. And then there was a slight hiatus, and they're coming back 3 times per week, starting, I believe, a week from tomorrow through the end of March, and then they'll be back daily after that. So it was a good sign that they were willing to extend themselves beyond what they had originally agreed to.
Air travel coming back. And by the way, the airport itself is really looking great. And I know you're now talking about another terminal as well. Long term. Questions, comments from my colleagues? Yes, Representative Messers.
So I'd like, before you come back to see us again, I'd love to know, in answer, apart from this subsidy necessary to secure a flight potentially, if there are other ancillary regulatory framework or issues you need from the legislature to improve the business climate or access or stimulate that travel component. I haven't been able to find ever a decent level of analysis on what the revenue stream looks like at the airport. So in terms of sales tax revenue and things that accrue to the state, I'd like to know what kind of economic activity we're generating literally at the airport itself. As part of when we analyze the subsidy, you know, we always look at subsidies as an expenditure. And, you know, subsidies, if they're well done and well designed, are a subsidy to generate incremental revenue. Because, you know, we shut down the airport and there's both the regional impact on the economy of the region, but there's the definite economic activity at the airport. I'd like to get better measurements of that. I'd appreciate that, because I think we need to make those investments. You know, and lastly, I don't know how we've gone with the DOT and what future plans there are. And so, you know, I won't ask you to put you on the line for DOT, but I'd like to have any proposals or plans you might have in terms of connectivity between, you know, rail and freight, because I think, you know, we have to build up our logistics in a more coherent way in this state to grow the economy. And I look at you guys as being one of the linchpins on that. So anything you can do to help arm us to be advocates is what I'm asking for more than anything. And this one, I think your testimony is spot on, and I really appreciate it. So thank you.
Well, thank you. On the first point, the CAA airports are a major economic facilitator for the state. In total, just generally speaking, across the entire CAA system, so both Bradley and then our 5 general aviation airports, contributes over $4 billion annually in total economic output. On these specific route initiatives that we're talking about that need some additional incentivization, and I should have mentioned before, those were only the state incentives that we talked about. We also incentivize routes at Bradley routinely, both on a marketing level and as also waiving operating landing fees, things of that nature. to help spur additional growth. But for these routes where we need an additional help from the state, we do an economic impact study on those. I don't have the Aer Lingus one on hand today, but I'm sure I can get you a copy of that. We just recently did one in the context of the London route that some talks have continued on. That actually found that would be a $12 to $15 million revenue guarantee over a 2-year period is likely what would be needed. In year one, that would generate $72 million worth of output. Over a 5-year term, $389 million. And we have a full breakdown of how that's allocated. So happy to get you all that information today as well.
Yeah, it helps in our decision making and also in our advocacy to understand the cash flows.
Yep.
Because, that is the question. Sometimes we sit here and look at a budget and it's not dynamic scoring. We don't measure, expenditures versus benefits. So I want to see those out there. So thank you.
Absolutely. And on the second point, regarding rail connectivity, that is an ongoing discussion with DOT constantly. We also work with the surrounding municipalities. There is an organization called the Bradley Development League that we participate in with the 4 communities around the airport. And it's an economic development cooperative organization where we can share information with one another and help each other's economic development initiatives. And one of the initiatives that we had several years ago was an effort to study the potential for rail connectivity because it would be so beneficial to the airport. And one of the things we looked at is trying to help preserve certain tracks that could be needed if we were to put in a light rail line per se.
Perfect. Thank you.
If you could, Alex, comment, I don't know if you can, but can we sustain a Dublin and London route? Knowing that, for example, the Aer Lingus Dublin route is a gateway to Europe, as it is right now. I mean, could we sustain another route?
Yes, we certainly, let me preface this by saying we certainly don't want to do anything that could deteriorate the Aer Lingus service. We're committed to them. They have been a great partner for us, and we wouldn't be investigating this if we thought that there could be damage there. We think that there's plenty of meat on the bones to sustain both routes. When you look at the London service in particular, we can see that already in Bradley's service area, we are generating 250 passengers daily each way. That is more than enough right there to sustain the service. And then that's on just an origin and destination, an O&D basis. So that doesn't even take into account the connectivity that you have through Heathrow. For example, I was just talking to a company, a major employer in Hartford last week, and they were saying that they were very interested in the service for its connectivity through to India because you have such great connectivity through Heathrow. So we do feel strongly that there is enough demand there to sustain both services.
You said 250 passengers. Is that the projection for the Heathrow route?
Yes, that's what exists currently today. So that doesn't even account for the stimulation that we normally see when we bring a new route into Bradley. That number only increases, and that also doesn't account for the connecting travel as well. So that's a very conservative number. Now, would we capture all of those 250 trips? Probably not, realistically, but still, from what we see on other like routes, we can get 70%, 80% routinely when we launch a new service. We can capture that passengers daily each way. So that alone, when you look at the likely aircraft type, that should easily cover you.
Yes, Representative Meskers.
I want to understand the data you're giving me. The 250 are flights from people within a certain radius of Hartford who are using other airports to go to London?
That's correct. Yes.
Okay. So you're looking to bring them on home, as it were, versus going out through either Boston or through the New York airports.
Exactly. We're trying to keep that economic activity inside Connecticut.
Rings in my heart. That sounds good. Do you have other data points? Are we looking at other, are those the jewel in the crown in terms of where you think the opportunity space is at this point?
There are a number of opportunities. Certainly one initiative that you may have heard of in recent years is Jamaica travel. There is quite a sizable Jamaican population in the state, then we feel that that is another service that is ripe. But there are a number of international routes and even domestic routes. I mean, we have been pursuing nonstop Seattle service for a number of years now, have gotten pretty close. But it's a moving target with working with the airlines. It's a constant battle.
So one of the salient selling points obviously would be connected light rail as well. In terms of, so a precursor, you know, if you build out both the freight and light rail to the airport, presumably your subsidies might be lower because the traffic levels could be potentially higher already. Your negotiating stance with the airport, airlines will be improved the better your infrastructure is, I would assume.
It should be, yes.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, and that just brought up another question. So yeah, the belly cargo, what is it like right now to Aer Lingus?
I don't have those numbers offhand, but I can certainly get those for you.
Yeah, I'm just interested in how robust that is. Okay, thank you very much. Representative Cheeseman?
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Thank you for coming today, Alex. With regard to the sort of certainty payment to Aer Lingus, you said it was $9 million. Over what time period? Over 10 years or 5 years?
No, I would have to go back. That dates back to 2015. That was just the initial deal. Again,
Right.
it was extended
To the 13,
beyond.
right, okay,
So
and there's $1 million outstanding? Did
I
you
think
say?
a bit more than $1 million, yes.
Okay, all right, and their flights are seasonal?
Currently,
No.
yes. Yes,
Okay.
they did extend into the winter season beyond what they had originally anticipated. Next year, there are ongoing discussions about what next year will look like as well.
Okay, and how often do they report the data to you? Do you sit down, you know, they send you every month? Do they send you twice a year in terms of here we are with regard to meeting our passenger goals? What's the reporting system there?
Yeah, that's actually handled directly between the airline and DECD, so we're not normally privy to that information. That's handled directly between those two parties.
So we should have asked Commissioner O'Keefe that designee earlier.
I'm sure we could get that information.
Okay, and the proposed or possible London route, that would be 12 to $15 million over a 2-year period, did I hear you? Or would the time period to be determined?
Correct. That would likely be over a 2-year period.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Representative Cheeseman, and Representative Meskers.
Just in relation to that, I would want your involvement with DECD in terms of the modeling on capacity and utilization, because that delves into price per seat and pricing strategies. So that if we're subsidizing I have no objection to subsidizing. I'd like to see the subsidy with every seat occupied to the possibility. I don't know how we negotiate capacity versus that payment so that we're getting as much bang for the buck in terms of the utilization. So it's not flying 75% occupied, 25% we're paying for empty seats versus subsidizing seats that are ultimately filled with a discount passenger. Just for me, I don't know what models exist in the industry. I'm not familiar, but I'm not sure that DCD. I much appreciate my compatriots over at DECD, but I don't know if we've looked at the capacity models at our airport versus other airports in negotiating the subsidies. Just want to make sure that we're maximizing that as well. Okay.
Yeah, so we as the CAA do have some limitations on our ability to get too deep into the actual negotiating of a revenue guarantee due to some federal revenue diversion guidelines. So we can't get too far into the weeds when it comes to negotiating the actual deal. However, I do know that in the case of Aer Lingus, DECD did use a very well-respected air service development consultant to help assist them in the crafting of that deal.
Perfectly. You know, we're up against New York and Boston. I want to make sure that our subsidies are reflective of industry standards and protocols. But thanks.
Alex, thanks very much. Seeing no other questions, thank you for being with us.
Thank you.
I'd like to invite Ed Hawthorne, AFL-CIO President. Thanks for hanging in there, Ed.
Good afternoon, Senator Hartley, Representative Meskers, other distinguished members of the Commerce Committee. My name is Ed Hawthorne. I'm proud to serve as the president of the Connecticut AFL-CIO, a federation of hundreds of unions representing nearly 250,000 working people here in the state of Connecticut. It is on their behalf that I testify against SB 385, an act concerning a study on what jobs may be performed by certain minors in accordance with the Fair Labor Standards Act and related regulations. Some may suggest this bill is merely a study, an innocuous piece of legislation that amounts to little. I suggest to you that acting on this bill begins a slippery slope of eroding child labor protections that would send a clear message about our values as a state, and we urge you to reject it. There's unfortunate and long tradition, as some of you may have learned in school, about child labor in the United States. As of the early 20th century, it was common for children to work in mines, canneries, quarries, factories, mills, on farms as street vendors. In 1938, fortunately, Congress passed the Fair Labor Standards Act, which restricted legal child labor to those 16 years or older, except for hazardous occupations, which had the minimum of 18 years old. COVID pandemic contributed to increased retirement, scarce affordable childcare, which I heard a lot about today. I actually learned a lot sitting here today on that, and a rise in remote work. Lawmakers in several states at the behest of pro-business interests proposed weakening and rolling back child labor protections in a bid to expand the workforce to exploit a low-paying labor force. Where enacted, these efforts have led to more incidents of children, often migrants, to be hurt and killed on the job. Data released by the US DOL in October shows that child labor violations soared during the 2022 and 2023 fiscal year, rising to the highest level in nearly 2 decades. Almost 6,000 minors were found to be working in violation of child labor laws, an 88% increase since 2019. I submit to you it's probably even higher due to the lack of enforcement mechanism that DOL has to even investigate these claims. And as my testimony states, unfortunately, 16 states have introduced legislation to roll back by various child labor protections. Saddened to say, Connecticut is no exception. General Assembly enacted Public Act 183, allowing 15-year-olds to work as youth camp counselors, as members or lifeguards. It also required the Labor Commissioner to establish a pilot program allowing an amusement establishment to employ 15-year-olds, kids. Public Act 183 may seem like it contains benign changes, but wholesale changes often begun around the edges, and those edges further fray with this bill. Now, delegates to the Connecticut AFL-CIO's Constitutional Convention adopted a resolution calling on the General Assembly to ratify the U.S. constitutional amendment prohibiting child labor. Rather than finding ways for Connecticut's business community to once again prioritize profits over the general well-being of our residents, both adults and minors, I urge you to support HJ 217, which was raised by the Government Administration Elections Committee. And once again, we urge the committee to reject SB 285. And I'd be happy to answer any questions. I thank you for the opportunity to address you today.
Yeah. Hey, Ed, thank you very much. And thanks for your testimony and your written testimony so that it can be shared by all the members of the committee, many of whom are running different committee meetings right now as we speak. Are there comments, questions from my colleagues? I'm looking for hands raised. I do not see any. I appreciate the position and also the advocacy for AFL-CIO, and recognize the issue of child protection wholly. I think that the previous bill that you referenced was really about youth camps because municipalities were able to have seat lifeguards who were 15 years of age with the adult supervision of another licensed lifeguard. And we found that during pandemic and then right after that, we actually couldn't staff our swimming facilities, and we recognize how important it is to be able, summer programs are where so many of our kids learn to swim, and it's a safety thing and it's a quality of life thing. And so it was with that lens that, we engaged to try to make sure that our camps were open. In my own town, Ed, we share this, the actual director of the YMCA, the only time that we could open up the swimming facility was when he was able to be in the chair because we didn't have, it was closed otherwise. And I can't tell you the number of kids, but there were a lot of kids who that's their summer recreation, aside from the fact that they were having an opportunity to learn to swim. So I know none of that is lost on you. And we recognize, the very fine line here that, that exists and we're talking about. And I thank you for your testimony and appearing today. Yeah, Representative Meskers.
Yeah, I think I hear you. I think we've all been horrified with the stories of both the slaughterhouses, in the US and the exploitation, child labor. I think where I'm interested is providing both a learning experience and at some level paid experience in very limited scope. And I understand you feel it's the camel under the nose of the tent. I have 3 children myself. I definitely am. They're no longer 15 years old, but my experience was working from an early age, whether it was a caddy in part-time work, whether it was waiting tables, and always on a legal basis. So the framework is I'm trying to figure out if there's a legal avenues where we can be comfortable that there is an exploitation involved. And so I think so far that's all we've tried to do with this in this group. So if we're looking at a study, it is to look exactly at is there a framework where 15-year-olds can learn both some type of earning experience and responsibility without putting them at harm's risk and not impacting their education, right? If we look at our cultural norms now, having them at home on social media all day is not necessarily productive either. So it's sports, it's athletics, and potentially activity that doesn't put us into conflict with the goals of a fair and just labor act. So I appreciate your concerns. So I've heard you loud and clear. I will definitely wrestle with the issue going forward. So thank you for your testimony.
Thank you, Representative Meskers, and seeing no other hands raised. Thanks a lot, Ed, for being with us today. I'd like to invite Dina Sears Graves. This is the United Way of Southeastern Connecticut. She is the president and CEO. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Senator Hartley, Representative Meskers, Representative Harrison, and distinguished members of the Commerce Committee. My name is Dina Sears Graves. I'm president and CEO for the United Way of Southeastern Connecticut, and I'm here today to testify in support of SB 249, an act concerning the Early Childhood Business Incubator Program. Childcare is essential to society. It provides a safe, enriching early learning environment for children. Families rely on childcare so they can work or pursue school opportunities and build financial stability to provide for their families. And businesses rely on the child care sector to ensure a stable workforce and consumer base. Without it, businesses lose profit and productivity. And if the workforce shrinks, it will impede businesses' long-term capacity and growth. In Southeastern Connecticut, Electric Boat hired over 5,000 employees last year and has a goal to hire over 5,000 more. This doesn't include other employers in the region that are also hiring. Unfortunately, here in Connecticut, there is a childcare workforce shortage, and in many areas, there are childcare deserts. And the need for childcare is growing. If you don't have affordable childcare, how do you work? This becomes even more burdensome for single-headed households with children. In Eastern Connecticut, there are many clusters of childcare deserts, and every day we hear from families and children and childcare providers about the growing issue that is impacting so many. The solution is not easy, and it will require many strategies. One such strategy is the childcare business incubator model. It provides new childcare entrepreneurs with a supportive place to launch their family childcare business, learn the skills essential to sustain it as a profitable enterprise, and increase their knowledge of child development to ensure high quality care. Enabled by Public Act number 21171, the Child Care Business Incubator Pilot was launched. It granted the Commissioner of the Office of Early Childhood the authority to issue licenses for family child care homes and non-residential properties in 7 specific cities. However, no towns in Eastern Connecticut were included, although the lack of childcare is a major issue plaguing this side of the state, especially the Mid-East section, which has a particularly high deficit in childcare capacity. I am asking today that you expand this program for more than one incubator project in a community, but most importantly, to include other communities in Connecticut, specifically located in New London and Windham County, where the need is great. In addition, it is also necessary to extend the pilot until July 2030 to allow for this expansion to happen and allow for the original communities to demonstrate their full potential, which will provide evidence-based outcomes for scalability and sustainability. In closing, United Way of Southeastern Connecticut supports Senate Bill 249, remove the sunset date, allow for more than one incubator project in a community, and most importantly, expand beyond the 7 communities identified so that identified in the statute to any community throughout the state, with an emphasis that Eastern Connecticut not be overlooked. Thank you.
Hey, Dina, thank you so much for your testimony and your advocacy and being here with us today. Are there comments from committee members? I would just like to say, yes, we recognize the situation in Southeast Connecticut. And I just think that because this was floated, as a pilot, the named communities in the existing legislation were the first. But as we heard from the commissioner today, they recognize that there clearly is a childcare desert in Southeastern Connecticut. And we intend to try to do everything we can to incentivize this model there in particular, as well as the state of Connecticut. So thanks so much for being with us.
Great, thank you.
And your advocacy. Appreciate it. Yes, and Representative Cheeseman.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. And it's good to see you today, Dina. In conversations earlier with Merrill Gay, we talked about organizations that might work as those to facilitate the incubator. Is the United Way interested in being that facilitating agency? And I don't want to put you on the spot here, but obviously if we're going to roll this out, we do need those facilitators.
Yeah, we actually are very interested in that. We believe we are positioned well within the business community as well as within the nonprofit sector. We have experience with convening, raising fund, fundraising, bringing dollars into the community. So we do believe that we are positioned, and if it fits and people think that we are a good fit to do that, we would be more than happy to do that and have that role.
Thank you. I figured you might say something like that. Thank you. Thank you again for being here today to testify. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Representative Cheeseman, and again to you, Dina.
Thank you.
And with that, I'd like to invite Andrew Gehring. He is the Connecticut Arts Alliance Board of Directors. Are you with us, sir? Oh, Andrew? No, he's supposed to be. Okay, we'll move on to Canal O'Moran, the Irish Connecticut Business Council founding board member. And he is on remote, yeah. Is Canal there? I see him, yeah. Canal, can you hear us?
And if you can hear us, you're still muted. You would need to unmute.
Yeah, we can't see you nor hear you. But you are online. Oh, yep, go right ahead, sir.
Now, can you hear me and see me?
We cannot see you yet, but we can hear you, sirs.
Okay.
You have the floor.
Okay, well, it's good evening or maybe good night from Ireland at this stage. I'm based in Dublin, Ireland. And good evening, Senator Hartley, Representative Mexers, Senator Martin, Representative Harrison, and all of the distinguished members of the Commerce Committee. As I mentioned, my name is Conal O'Moran, and I work as a host and producer of the That Great Business Show podcast. And I am, as you mentioned there, a founding member of the Business Council, the Ireland Connecticut Business Council, and this is my opportunity to testify in support of SB 248. And my point is pretty straightforward. This is a great opportunity for, I'm just again trying to start my video. There we are now. I think you can now have the joy of seeing me in Technicolor, have you? The what I'm what I'm trying to do here this evening is just to tell you what an opportunity Connecticut has by getting involved in this initiative. And the reason that I'm so specific about that is a little bit of background, a little bit of history. My wife, Maeve, she in 2018 was the sole European winner of quite a substantial prize from the Venture Clash Fund, which is run by Connecticut Innovations. That got me into Connecticut. There I met PJ Chimini and Tony Sheridan, two people that you both probably know very well. And they are no longer friends. They are confirmed business buddies of mine now. They are great, great, great friends of mine now. And we are, by virtue of just meeting up, very, very keen to promote Connecticut as a place for Irish, scaling Irish companies to base themselves. Why Connecticut? Well, you've already heard testimony from various people about how easy it is to get through both Dublin Airport, landing at Bradley. Bradley is a joy. The service from Aer Lingus is fantastic. It is, as we would say on this side of the Atlantic, you are in the next parish over. It is so easy. You're also in the nearest time zone to us as well, which is critical if you are based in Ireland and you're trying to do business here. We were over in Connecticut in November, I think, when we interviewed, amongst others, Governor Ned Lamont. And when we interviewed other businesses which are now based in both Connecticut and other areas, that they were all specific about working very long hours to cover time zones. Hugely important. Again, to inform the committee, may I say that there are 300,000 small and medium businesses in Ireland, and Enterprise Ireland, you probably have heard of, that is the state development agency. A business will not get any money from Enterprise Ireland, or EI as we colloquially use the term, unless you are export-led and that you are going to develop overseas. Therefore, each EI approved company that we deal with are which would be heading for Connecticut, they're already approved. They've already done due diligence on them, and they have already funded, obviously, to get over, etc. In other words, you are getting, or Connecticut has the opportunity of getting the cream of Irish businesses. A little bit late to get Stripe, but there might be another Stripe on the way. And I think, again, I was listening to, most of you have some Irish background. You know that we have this affinity, that we want to be based in the States, and it is just such a natural thing to do. I've already mentioned all of the connections and all the rest. And it's quite simple. What I'm saying is that it is an open goal, and we're here to help. On the podcast, we've done 4,500 interviews over some years now. When we have companies on, we will ask them where are they going to expand, and when they mention US, we always promote Connecticut, just through my friendship with both Tony and with PJ through the Business Council. And there is no resistance whatsoever to being based in Connecticut. It is, as we might say on this side again, an open goal for you. Please kick the ball and score. I'll leave it at that. And thank you again for the opportunity to present. And I'd be happy, obviously, to answer any questions.
Thank you so much, Connell. And I know it's probably approaching past your bedtime. It's about 7-ish over there. And we're just delighted to have you here testifying on this bill. And we're very, very excited about the bill. As you know, we've had some of your colleagues, Senator, previously testify. And I will tell you, I, for one, was very, very supportive when we expanded Venture Clash to include foreign entities, and particularly those in the UK area. So that's very exciting to actually meet one, and kudos to your wife. We're very proud of that model, the Venture Clash, and it has continued to scale and bring great talent to us here in the United States. And yeah, our common denominator, our language, our culture, is the basis of our connectivity, our business models. So this is undoubtedly a natural for us. And truth be known, I'm kind of stunned we haven't done this before. And I'm very excited about this. But I'm going to fair warning. I'm going to turn this over to my co-chair, who is going to shame you on an invitation.
I'm trying to understand why neither I nor my co-chair has been invited to the podcast yet. That's my
you are invited already. There you go. As soon as.
There you go. And now, having made the introduction and listened to us, I think you have strong support directly from us as co-chairs, and I know our ranking members are equally supportive of the initiative. So anything we can do to facilitate, there are two aspects to when I look at the business relationship, right? And the cultural relationship. It's opportunities for symbiotic relationships, opportunities to convince our companies or your companies to set up locations in the respective jurisdictions. Mine being a little more limited, it's Connecticut, not the other 49 states. I'm more particular or provincial. Anything we can do to help facilitate that, any way we can facilitate cultural exchanges, et cetera. You certainly have, the Commerce Committee is a sounding board, and we can help direct you to the other chambers. So I'd love to see this progress to its fullest.
May I reference something that Senator Hartley just mentioned there about why this hasn't been done before? I'll drop my voice in case the other states hear this. Nobody has done this. There are these wonderful, fantastic Irish companies sitting here. They will be going to the States, but nobody has said, you know what, we'll go for this. We will say Connecticut is another part of Ireland. Come on over. Governor Lamont said as much. He is coming to visit, he told us, and others that we interviewed were all so positive. It just needs, and maybe to address what you said, Representative Meskers, that it just needs publicity, the oxygen of publicity, that people see here I keep telling people what a beautiful place Connecticut is, and what a fantastic place between Boston and New York to be based. Best ever.
Thank you much.
Thank you so much, Colonel. Can I just ask one other thing, if I might? I plead ignorance on the EI, the Enterprise Ireland. Can you tell us a little bit more about that?
Well, certainly Enterprise Ireland is an absolute gem. It is a diamond in this country. When you start your entrepreneurial journey here, you will go to a local enterprise office. Once you go past 10 employees, you are then passed over to Enterprise Ireland. Enterprise Ireland has offices all over the world, and their job is to promote growing Irish businesses internationally. And they are now, I think I'm right in saying, they're certainly the largest startup VC in Europe. They may be the largest in the world. I think I might have seen that figure recently. They are hugely respected, and they are also probably internationally seen as a prime example of how a development agency should operate. And because of the teeny size of our little country, we don't have enough people to export to internally, which I know is an Irishism. So therefore, they just set about quite some years ago to say, if you're going to do anything, you have got to use what the strapline we use on the podcast, get off the island. And guess where we head? We used to, and you heard Senator Mark Daly mention the mess that is Brexit. We used to go to the UK, but now that there are 320 million or 330 million people English speaking over the other side of the Atlantic, and that's where they're all heading. It's just, I will say the word again, it's a no-brainer. It is sitting there to be harvested. And those people, and I hope it's Connecticut because of my love for the place, when Connecticut latches onto this, you will have some very, very impressive companies setting up their HQs with you.
Well, first of all, we're so grateful to have you here to testify remotely to the committee, and also to give us a little more insight into things like the Enterprise Ireland and spur on this opportunity. We're very excited about it. Thank you so much. And seeing no other hands raised, I want to bid you good evening and thank you so much. And by the way, hey, the best on St. Paddy's Day soon.
Well, thank you so much. And as we would say in Gaelic, Ihilwa, good night, Ihilwa.
Gotta learn that. Best. Bye-bye. Thank you. And so I would like to now invite Leslie Shore from the UConn, the Associate Dean for Research and Graduate Education. I know what you're going to talk to us about here, Leslie.
Mike, got it. Thank you so much, honorable co-chairs, ranking members, and members of the Commerce Committee. I'm Leslie Shore. I'm a professor of chemical and biomolecular engineering and dean of research and graduate education. I'm joined here today by Ray Alexander, the assistant vice president of global affairs at UConn. And we were here to testify on behalf of Senate Bill 250. We wish to advocate for action in this arena, but also for some context and perhaps some changes. We think it's such a good idea, in fact, to do something like the GEAR program, that since 2018, there has been a joint program between the College of Engineering and the School of Business called the Masters of Engineering in Global Entrepreneurship. And it had a lot of actually the same goals as this program. So you can look that up on the web if you're interested, and my full testimony has the link to that. The idea was to attract people and have them start businesses in Connecticut. A couple of the highlights: one student from the College of Agriculture started a sustainable fish food company 2 years ago, and he's got 12 million in contracts this year. Another company led by a mechanical engineering student has raised about 6 million in private equity. We have a company that takes cancer biopsy samples that would have been thrown away and screens them against cancer drugs. That company has got 2 million in funding and several employees. Another company is run by a computer science graduate, a Black woman, and she is leading a lot of great initiatives, won the Yale Black Venture Summit Prize and received other recognition. So these businesses all advance the core mission of UConn for health, sustainable, and just future for all, and they're also a major economic driver. These programs, just 8 students in a few years, have magnified the CT Next investment that was originally given by an ROI of 20 to 1. The master's program is poised to continue, but unfortunately, due to lack of funding for CT Next from Connecticut Innovations for these types of programs, we are currently not enrolling any new students, and we would love to continue this proven model. So turning to the proposed legislation briefly, the GEAR is one model. There are other models such as using postdocs, which is the Cornell model, or a student model, which is our model. We would recommend to the committee to investigate multiple options in this type of an arena. Using a student model allows the students to use their F1 visa and then 3 years of optional training, OPT, to start building their companies in Connecticut. I unfortunately don't think we could copy the Massachusetts model. It requires $500,000 in initial investment, and then the students pay their own way. The employees, I should say, pay their own way each year. And if a person was given a choice between Boston or Connecticut, I don't think we're in a position to compete. But using a student-based model to feed subsequent models would really be a great way to go. I know my time is right about up. So we are here in advocacy, but request the bill be modified to provide flexibility and funding and allow us to pursue this and implement a pilot global entrepreneurship program. We have an innovative proven model, and we look forward to working with the Commerce Committee to adjust the language. Thank you all for your continued support of UConn, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Representative Muskers.
So I want to thank you. The testimony is radically different from prior testimony, and it's more enlightening and helpful. I'm agnostic on the structure and form, except I will say that I have 3 or 4 options as I think about it from structurally. One is a system that facilitates, if you will, research labs and development, which requires a cooperative versus subordinated position. I'm not sure what the comfort level from the university is about that. So I'm looking at broadening the exposure potentially and creating a structure where we might have competing, not you and I, we might have competing interests from various parts of the private sector to utilize various points of entry. The least comfortable point of entry, I have to think, is a partnership where there isn't a subordinated interest given academia. And it's not a criticism, it's an observation of power structures. So we funded a tremendous amount of the university system. I support our universities wholeheartedly. Our private sector, I would like to give them that opportunity to engage in a more, shall we say, equals at the table dialogue as well about opportunity space, testing the university system's comfort level in partnerships, as well as looking at the Amherst model, which looked like a subordinated position. Might not be the model that I don't think that's the model you're subscribing here, but that was a subordinated position to a large extent to my mind. And then there's this one, which is help us to fund entrepreneurial student levels, right? So I think all 3 of those models to me have a lot of validity. So when I want to build out a structure, I want to build out a structure that tests the limits and scope and patience of my university system and maximizes the level of private sector participation. So the argument or the discussion becomes a healthy one of applicants looking for a way in the door to do this type of research and development in my state. You know, across all of them, what my import is, one, to access the visa structure, but that's not my primary. It's using that vehicle for innovation, research and development in my state, and ultimately get my student body the exposure that I think it gets from the private sector stream. When I sat in our prior conversations, and not with the university system, it was with the manufacturing sector. What I was impressed about is that some of the cutting edge technology is so far in front of our professors, and that might be a course of 3 months or 6 months in technological innovation. So it's not, I'm not saying anyone's antiquated, that I think engaging at the cutting edge of the research in biotech, research in other aspects of science and technology will require our comfort zone to figure out, making sure that we're always skating or surfing at the front of the wave and not at the body of the wave. So I'll probably, I wanted to leave you with that and ask for commentary about, those various levels of participation, what you think, where you think the comfort level is now. But I honestly would like to test your comfort level. I think that's my dialogue. So I'd love to hear your thoughts on that.
Yeah, I mean, I'm all for it. I currently have major funding from the National Science Foundation in a program called Innovations for Graduate Education, and we're placing students directly as interns in startup companies. We're doing this already. I think academia is slow to change. I completely agree with that. And I think there's tremendous appetite for doing something that's a little bit different. And there are already conversations underway about how to change how faculty are recruited, rewarded, promoted. You know, the existing structures are a little bit antiquated, you know, let's be honest about that. But I think that there's certainly in academia, in our funding agencies, there is not just a recommendation, but a demand that more and more of our work is what they call convergence. And that means that the user, the end user, the customer, the person with the problem is at the table when we're thinking about solutions and when we're thinking about technology development. That's a requirement now to work with communities, to do more outreach. And so in a way, your greatest asset is whatever problem you have, because that's what we're here to fix in collaboration. And so I think entrepreneurship will become a basic necessary skill for all of our graduates from all different fields at all different levels. Companies want to hire students that have that entrepreneurial mindset, that are able to reinvent themselves, that are able to help the company stay fresh and on that crest of the wave, as you talked about. And we don't just have to teach it, we have to embody it as well. So I would love to partner with you. And I know there's many others as well. Our president is an entrepreneur, is a member of the National Academy of Entrepreneurs. And so I think there's real appetite at UConn right now for leaning into this issue.
Well, first of all, this is an incredibly refreshing conversation, so thank you. If you could give me a little background, a member of the Unwashed, in terms of where are we with what you're doing with the National Science Foundation, or with the awards you were given?
Yeah.
And the classification, I assume this is entry-level startups, and I'm not, who's identifying them, how the flow comes right now.
So I think our Masters of Engineering and Global Entrepreneurship program is actually quite innovative. It's something that was cooked up by our current Dean of Engineering and some other colleagues in the state. And what it does that's really special is that it circumvents a couple of the big problems in the startup space. Venture money tends to follow the herd. You don't get investment until you've gotten investment, and so on, right? But we're able to de-risk some of these technologies because UConn produces more than 50% of all engineers in the state of Connecticut. We know these people. These are our people. They've worked with us. They've been trained by us. So we have more information than others might have. We also are providing an important alternative employment to many of these students. So you may know that 95% of venture money flows to white men. The reason for that is privilege, because Steve Jobs or Bill Gates wouldn't have been Steve Jobs or Bill Gates if they didn't have family money that allowed them to tinker in their garage for a few years. And they had basic housing, basic food, basic support. But a student on a single entry F1 visa with maybe a family isn't going to forego a six-figure income with their engineering PhD to tinker in their garage for 2 years. They can't even legally stay in the country without being employed by somebody else. Same thing for some of our entrepreneurs are people of color and people from some of our least privileged communities. If you're the first in your family to get a college degree and Pfizer's offering you $80K, are you going to do that or tinker in your garage for 2 years? So there's many companies by people of color and by people that are lower in the power structure that are never formed anywhere, not just in Connecticut, but Massachusetts or the Bay Area or anywhere else, because their second best option of tinkering in their garage doesn't allow them and their families even to survive. And so for the cost of what I call noodle money, right, a graduate assistantship, which is $30,000 a year, we have these people with a PhD in engineering essentially forego all of their other income to do their passion project and start a new company because of their vision for what they can create on behalf of our communities in our state. So we're growing them in the state at a much earlier stage than the Massachusetts GEAR model or the Cornell model or many of the other models that are around. And I think that's where we really have an advantage of finding that diamond in the rough. You know, that's how you grow an athletics program. You out-recruit your competition, you get slightly better players at a slightly earlier stage, and you build a great program. So I think that's the doorway for how this state is going to compete with Boston and Silicon Valley in a way that we may not be able to do by simply adopting the legislation that's already existing in other places.
So I'll follow with the indulgence of the chair. I'll follow up. So I hear you on the model. I'd ask or question what the engagement is with the biopharmaceutical industry per se.
Mhm.
Because I'm hearing the entry, the entrance is facilitated for startups on the student basis. And I'm wondering if there's been a roundtable discussion with our biofarms under what terms or conditions we could also engage in selective approach with the larger companies with their startup or research or development to provide the same network.
Yeah.
And there, the difference is, let's be frank, is you're negotiating with an elephant, not with an ant. So the terms that have to be negotiated are much more complicated. But I'm hoping that if I ask them to the table about the level that we've been able to reach a negotiated agreement, be able to see this type of a vehicle provides a benefit. I want as much research and development from the guy in the garage to the guy in Silicon Valley, if you will, right? I want any way I can attract them to stay in my state and grow their business. And very importantly, expand exposure to my student base. I want to hear both, because now I'm hearing your model, but it doesn't include my biopharm, the big guys. And so I'm trying to figure out how I do both.
With respect, it does, though. We initially got enough funding to support our students using CT Next funding, but as they ramped down our money, we went knocking. And so I was astonished how easy it was for us to get industry money. So the first week we asked, we got matching fellowship money from Pfizer and from Stanley Black & Decker. And they basically ponied up cash for a fellowship, no strings attached, don't own the IP, so that we could have these students continue in their work.
Yeah, but that's, again, it's the same model. I'm
Yeah.
just suggesting for their own intrinsic issues of
okay.
research and development. I'm not asking like, are they helping you do God's work?
Right.
I'm asking, are you helping them do the rest of their work? And then do we have a level of cooperation now when they have a choice of either relocating research and development outside the state, or they need our help as an ask to share the conditionalities of how it happens, and that you're no longer in the driver's seat, or it's a negotiated program. I'm not hearing that we're doing that yet. And that's part of what I was looking for, is to get, I want the big guys to be able to come to the table and say, we don't agree 100%, but we're not moving to Boston or New York or someplace else to do some intrinsic part of our research that we can echolocate. And we've got an agreement that works at the university system. And that's not specifically UConn. I'd like to get that structure available for my other universities. I'd rather see, to the extent I can make it happen in UConn, I'd love to see it happen there more than other places, because it's where we've invested the state's resources, and your success is my success. So that you understand, I'm
Yeah, no, I
parsing this.
appreciate
I haven't heard that that's an approach we're either doing or would consider doing so far. So.
Yeah, I appreciate that, and certainly stand corrected. I wanted to shed light, though, that the big companies are putting skin in the game, at least. And part of that was the students would do an internship at the site of the company, and their involvement. In one case, Pfizer was involved in co-inventing technology that's able to sense and destroy PFAS, the forever chemicals that you may be starting to worry about. And so they were collaborative with us on a partnership with that. And so opportunities to better engage with industry, to place more students in fellowships, I'm all for it 100%. Would love to have those conversations.
Yeah, but I'm back on the issue that I was raising, which is the issue of the cooperation directly in a partnership of equals at some of it's at the university system, where that's kind of, I think, part of what we were thinking. And I'm not sure what the disposition of the university is towards that. And I don't know if you can answer that directly.
Can I add, I know this was sort of the point of concern, the workforce pipeline model that we had discussed in the working group. And I think it's just a conversation that still needs to be had with the main stakeholders that are involved. I know this legislation focuses more on the business development and the entrepreneur development. But to your other issue, I don't think the university has a real stance on it yet, because those discussions still need to be had with the stakeholders.
That's why I'm probably bringing it up in the meeting, is to elucidate and
Yes.
square out where we stand, because we're looking to move the needle forward. I mean,
Yep.
university has its own vision of the world. I have my vision of the world, and the pharmaceutical industry has their vision of the world. And everything that makes my state better can take me outside my comfort zone and take all of us outside our comfort zone. And I'm just trying to figure out, what the limits are in the levels of cooperation. Certainly we have, in a large scale, we have capacity issues in terms of our university and community colleges in terms of we have underutilization of facilities. So the level of cooperation and the potential for echolocating or co-locating, and yet piggybacking so they supplement our mission as educators, or your mission as educators. I'm not trying to turn them into commercial hubs for Legoland. I'm trying to figure out what we can do to make the entire base of our industry better, and to give real life work experience to our students to the extent possible. So I think there's maybe more conversations that need to be had, but thank you.
Yes, well, thank you, Leslie. So if I might, when we were in the midst of the working group, we had talked about trying to just identify what the composition was, for example, of TIP. You notice that the university is named in this proposal. And to my colleague's point, we don't necessarily intend to exclude others because we want to cast this net as wide as possible for any and all opportunities. But you are named obviously for apparent reasons that you've got an infrastructure that exists already. You've got the TIP program. You've talked about the fellowships that you've done, and then the results and the follow-on with the biopharmas, which very. And not just bio, I guess it was Stanley too, step forward, immediately seeing the value and made those investments. And that's what we are trying to scale here. But what's we never did find out that exact composition of the TIP, the international versus the domestic.
So I was able to confirm some data to that effect, but it's probably still just an estimate. Currently, there are 38 TIP companies. They have they've graduated 128 companies. There's some capacity for I think they said 3 to 4 additional companies. It all depends on how much space each company requires. And in terms of that question of the composition and how many of the employees or entrepreneurs are on visas, that's not something that they track. They confirmed that the companies do work with outside counsel to have those visa petitions filed, and that there's been 100% approval rate. And I think going off of what Attorney Buchan had confirmed in the working group, it was about 5 visas, I believe she said. So I don't think the numbers are large. I'm not aware that that UConn's cap exempt status has been leveraged to secure entrepreneur visas. I believe it's just been employees of TIP companies that have benefited from UConn's cap exempt status.
That's helpful.
Okay, good.
Because we're kind of guessing about all of that. So I'm just going to throw out a wild card here and just say, so we push this forward. What kind of fiscal note you're going to throw at us? Because we know that's what you're going to do.
So the GEAR model at UMass, right? It requires the companies to have already raised $500,000 in investments, and then they charge for actual costs. And as the colleague mentioned earlier, it was funded initially, and now it's maybe collecting its costs based on the groundwork that's been laid. A 50% graduate assistantship, if we can get industry to co-sponsor it, will cost $15,000 per year per student. And so typically it's about $30,000 per student, and our graduates 2 years later have attracted about $1 million each. So 30K goes to $1 million in 2 years. So, obviously it costs money. Everything costs money. But I think that as a vehicle of growing high-tech companies in this state, it's the cheapest way of doing that compared to any other options.
Okay, but in the instance where you've got Big Pharma or Stanley or something like that, which is employing these entrepreneurs, where's the 30K going?
So in the case where Stanley's employing the entrepreneurs, that's obviously a completely different model. Right?
Yeah, so that's a
So-
net.
Yeah. So if Stanley wants to employ the person and sponsor their H-1B visa, then that's fantastic. But
What's the cost of sponsoring the H-1B?
It's several thousand. I don't have the exact.
So $2,000 to go through that visa application process. Is that what you're saying? Legal costs, that kind of thing?
Yeah, approximate. And if they want to go with premium processing, there'll be additional fees, which is a faster way of having the petition approved.
Well, Representative Mesker.
So it was a sidebar conversation about the detail because the devil's always in the detail. So we're conceptually talking about the university sponsoring the H-1B and the fees associated with being borne by the applicant or by the pharmaceutical company. Is that correct? Because we're
That's
worried.
one way of approaching it. And I think what we looked at, if we were to move forward with the model as proposed in the legislation, where UConn employs the individual at 8 hours a week, let's say, we estimate that salary cost would be a minimum of around $25,000. Plus any rental fees associated with having the company housed at our technology incubation program, plus the legal fees for filing.
Right. I was more concerned about the cap issues, so it would be under the university cap. That's what I'm thinking.
Yeah.
Okay. That was the question I was asking my co-chair to the side. Secondly, you mentioned about innovations in pay and recruitment of professors way back in the earlier conversation, right? When we started. Have you engaged with innovations or DECD in relation to the second piece of it, which I don't know where we stand on state legislation, is if we are sponsoring entrepreneurs and fostering seed capital, if you will, or conceptually seed resources for new companies, are we accruing or accounting for any potential warrants? This isn't so much on the biotech side because I think they're bringing the resources to the table. Now we're trying to get them involved with the university. But on the innovative side, are we getting access in addition to, what they develop for the state, potentially if they stay here? Do we have any warrants or options that accrue to the university for some of the startups and research and development? Yeah, currently?
So currently the model of the Masters of Engineering and Global Entrepreneurship, the university is not taking any stake in those companies. The thinking there is that they haven't hardly started their company yet and that they're not doing that. I believe there's some other models, for example, currently at the Innovation Partnership Building, they're running their Future Climate Venture Studio incubators, and there's a stake model that's associated with that. But even a small percentage can really be a disincentive for companies to come. Now, I get what you're getting at, right? If you could just take 1% or 2%, then the model could be self-perpetuating in the years that go by. And that's,
Well, I'm thinking more if we're competing, I understand that, but if we're fostering innovation alone on a standalone basis, the potential for any type of an agreement for future, if it's going to discourage the arrival, no. But if the level field is if the incentives financially are such to come to Connecticut or the structure is so welcoming, then the only question is, do we want to look at an option or warrant of some level to become a self-funding enterprise for the university system, right?
So certainly anything that's invented by a current UConn faculty member or even a current graduate student, this is a bit of a point of discussion here, is owned by the university. And the university has the right and obligation to file the IP, and any spin-off business, the university has the right of first refusal for licensing or contracting any services with that company. So what I'm proposing is not to attach those strings, because in my view, high-tech entrepreneurs don't just start one successful company, they start 20. And if they can establish their networks, their communities, and their partnerships in this state, then again, we're a little bit on the back foot in some of these respects. We got Boston right up the road. It's very tantalizing to want to locate up in Boston. And so, you know, even a tiny percentage can detract from your ability to bring them here in the first place. And I think that they more than pay for themselves in a very small number of years in terms of the revenue that they're generating, the sales that they're producing, the employees that they're hiring. And so I would like for that to be as low as possible, especially for these companies that I'm talking about, where they're not even at the point where they can raise $500,000 yet. If they could, they'd probably go to Boston.
Okay. And on those, even an option you think would steer them in the opposite direction?
Yeah, I think there's a trend in higher ed, and this is not my area. I'm talking a little bit out of my expertise, but that used to be higher ed would take 5%, they take 10%, but I think those numbers are getting pushed down farther and farther as a market case, because they want to build the ecosystem. They want to build the community of companies more than they want 5% or 10%
Of one, right?
Of one, exactly.
Understood. Thank you. That's very helpful.
Leslie, thanks very much. Obviously, you were trying to find a clear path forward that works. So, okay, thank you for being with us. And we have a question from Representative.
As we say, the devil's in the details. So you did say that we pay a student about $30,000. Potentially get sponsorship to cut it in half. I think the next part of that equation is how many students do we have, or would we anticipate having?
I think 5 to 10 per year, so that we're at steady state graduating. 5 to 10 per year would be ideal.
And you don't see it being numbers higher than that?
I mean, at the current level of our operations, I think that would be a good number. And that, if you can think about how that would magnify over time, I don't believe Boston's is even doing much more than that. They talked about 69 companies graduating out of gear for all the years that it's been in effect. So I think that's about the right number. And then we've stayed engaged with our graduates. So we've had graduates from 1, 2, 3, and 4 years ago, and they stay in touch with us. They come back, they're mentoring, they're still with us, they're still in the state. And so that community is going to build dramatically over 10 years.
Thank you.
You bet. You're welcome.
Thank you very much, Representative Harrison. Are there further questions? Seeing none, Leslie, I'm going, and Ray, thank you very, very much for being with us.
Thank you so
today.
much.
I would like to invite Paul Amaroni from CBIA. Outreach Manager, huh? Welcome, Paul.
Senator Hartley, Representative Mesker, Senator Martin, Representative Harrison, and members of the Commerce Committee, thank you for the opportunity to present testimony today. My name is Paul Amaro, and I'm the Advocacy Outreach Manager at CBIA, the state's largest business organization representing member companies, both small and large. I am here today to testify in support of Senate Bill 249, an act concerning the Early Childhood Business Incubator Program. As the state's largest business organization, one of the top issues CBIA hears from members is the retention of their employees. A lack of affordable and accessible childcare plays a key role in this growing issue. Some surveys show that 45% of mothers say they're considering reducing their hours or stopping work altogether in order to save money on childcare. while 13% have already left their jobs. In addition, 71% say they take some form of time off, while 36% say that their spouse or partner takes time off or works from home. The annual cost of childcare in the US sits between $12,000 and $25,000. This is simply unsustainable for working parents. One of, if not the leading cause to a lack of childcare access and affordability is the lack of childcare educators. Recent studies by United Way show that there are currently 40,000 openings for children at childcare facilities across the state, but not enough staff to fill those slots. The same study shows that this issue is not limited to one area of the state, but affects urban, suburban, and rural communities. In urban centers such as Hartford, there are currently 1,000 childcare slots available, while suburban and rural towns such as Hampton and Marlborough have even higher percentages of open slots at or near 40%. Recent legislation introducing a first-in-the-nation childcare business incubator model in 7 towns across the state was a step in the right direction. Cities such as New Britain, Danbury, and Waterbury either have childhood business incubator centers established and in place or are on their way to doing so. These centers not only educate, train, and certify aspiring childcare professionals, they also provide childcare services. In April of 2023, the first group of 10 women finalized the 5-month training program through the New Britain YWCA, providing them with training needed to get into the childcare workforce. This record of success in New Britain is a model that can be used statewide. In conclusion, we believe that Senate Bill 249 offers a holistic approach that covers towns and cities across the state. Through this bill, up to 20 towns will have the opportunity to establish a similar model as the one in New Britain. Each aspiring child care educator that goes through this program and gets certified will be one more educator that can play a role in cutting down wait lists and getting more children into existing and newly established child care facilities throughout Connecticut. CBIA supports the committee's efforts to expand the child care business incubator program, and we look forward to ongoing conversations regarding this bill. Thank you for the opportunity to present testimony today, and with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Paul, thanks for being with us, and thanks for the leadership of the Connecticut Business and Industry Association on this issue. I for one believe that for far too long, childcare was not recognized as a very important economic driver. And as we said earlier, the pandemic demonstrated that to us resoundingly. So this proposal, I think, is a very exciting one. We've got interest, obviously, from other states, and it will hopefully help to scale, in particularly those childcare deserts. So thank you for the leadership on this. I appreciate you being with us today. Are there questions from colleagues? Yes, Representative Cheeseman.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. A quick question for you, Paul. Obviously, this is a priority for CBIA. We've heard about this. Are your members willing to take part in this, these programs to support them?
Yeah, so this is childcare affordability and accessibility has been part of our policy agenda for 2024. Just a little clarification, take part in as far as being like a YWCA in New Britain or like a United?
In terms of the United Way was here talking about raising funding to support these innovation, incubator programs. And I know in education tomorrow, and we're going to hear in finance, this tripart pilot program where 1/3 of the payment is paid by the parent, 1/3 by the state, and 1/3 by the business. Is this, CBIA, this is a priority. How much skin are you and your members willing to have in the game? Because again, our state funding is not unlimited. And if, a shared burden is a burden lessened.
Yeah, of course. So for the expansion of the incubator business centers throughout the state, and I think Commissioner Baya touched on this earlier, there's not a fiscal note for that. A lot of the funding goes through LISC funding that nonprofits are already applying for. And I think a key point of this bill up to 20 municipalities. So if there is a town that has a United Way or a Madre Latina, like in Waterbury, or a YWCA, like in New Britain, that has existing capacity to open these centers, those are the towns that are going to have the opportunity to open them. As far as members go, I know that there's been conversation between the state and Electric Boat. It talks about $500,000 to go towards childcare. As far as where exactly in childcare that money is going towards, those detailed conversations haven't happened yet. But the tri-share model certainly will require some sort of buy-in from the business community. And we've had several conversations with members large and small who are interested in learning more and are watching a lot of these hearings very closely to see where they can help as the bills move forward.
Right. And I know this is somewhat off topic for commerce, but as this is our purview promoting business development, I know the governor had his 25% tax credit for businesses that were helping with, childcare, and no business has yet taken it up. So again, if we're going to solve this problem, it's going to require buy-in not only from the state and from the parents, but also from the business community. So thank you very much. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Certainly. Thank you, Representative.
Thank you, Representative Cheeseman, and yes, good points put out there to keep in mind. If there are no other hands raised, I will thank you for being with us, Paul.
Thank you so much.
I'd like to invite Daniel Fitzmaurice from Creative Velocity.
Hello, everybody.
Oh, yes, remote. Hi, how are you? You've got the floor, Daniel.
Thank you. I'm Daniel Fitzmaurice. I'm a consultant that works with local artists and their communities. My pronouns are he, him, and I live in Orange. Thank you to all the legislators and your staff, the Commerce Committee, for hosting this public hearing and for your service to the residents and artists of Connecticut. I also want to recognize all the creative people in your life, whether it's your childhood theater teacher or the choir director at your place of worship. Maybe your spouse loves to dance or your kids can't stop coloring. I could go on and on and on because I believe that we are all creative. Culture and self-expression are an integral part of our everyday life. And that is why I'm here to so proudly support House Bill 5093 to increase the funding for the Artist Fellowship Program by $50,000. Whether you're an actor, a musician, a dancer, or a painter, being an artist can be your career. But it is not an easy career. You pay out of pocket for absolutely everything: your training, your supplies, your marketing, your healthcare benefits. Really, being an artist is like running your own small business. You have to work extremely hard to become a full-time artist. Notice I didn't say that you have to just be talented to become a full-time artist. Just like I believe that everyone is creative, I believe that everyone is talented. But too often, it's actually wealth that separates a full-time artist from a hobby artist. It's not talent, but your ability to afford the training, supplies, marketing, and those health benefits that allows you to live a creative career. That's why public funding for independent artists like the Artist Fellowship Program is absolutely critical to our communities. The additional $104,500 would provide about 35 local artists with a grant. These $1,000 to $5,000 grants are a game changer for them, allowing them to accelerate their career and enabling them to serve their communities with new projects. Eventually, this leads to an inclusive and equitable creative economy where everybody, regardless of their wealth, can make a career out of their creativity. For all of these reasons and a few others that were shared today and in the written testimony, I urge you to vote in favor of House Bill 5093. Thank you for your bold commitment to independent artists in your district. Thank you.
Daniel, thank you very much. And thanks for hanging in there with us and also for being the voice of the arts community, but in particular this a particular segment of the arts community, which is very important and so worthy of recognition in the state on numerous fronts. Are there comments? Yes, Representative Meskers.
Although I showed up late to the end, I had to take care of some things outside. I did hear the closing comments, and I think that's echoes and resonates with me, which is essentially it's outreach, it's inclusivity, and it's the diversity of impact. I think you're spot on. When I think about this, it's, you know, it's reaching people who don't get reached otherwise and fostering people who can't be fostered otherwise. And I will say to you, if you weren't on before, it's the commentary we heard last year when we were talking about the arts and we talked about setting up metrics. It's the same thing in that you can't set up metrics for people who haven't had the background or the basis or the opportunity to explore their artistic capacity for some time. And without the funding, people get cut off. It's, you know, it cut off before they can sprout. So I appreciate the commentary, and you were heard is my message. So thank you.
Absolutely. Yeah. And I was there when you said that to Salwa. And, you know, one thing about metrics related to this program, just to lift up, is it is administered by the Office of the Arts in DECD. And there are very strict guidelines about what the artist can spend these grants on. So you could begin to at least assess the economic ripple effect of that in local communities, right? They're going to be buying supplies or paying collaborators or renting facilities in your towns and cities. So there may be actually some historical data. I don't have access to that. I put in my testimony the 6 years of investment history across all of the municipalities that have been participating over the past, but I mean the artists from each town that has been selected for these fellowship awards. So you might be able to use that 6 years of data to learn a lot about what local artists are spending these grants on.
Yeah, no, well, it's funny. I was approaching from the exact opposite view, which is I want to make the investment before I set up the metric. So I'll be asking them for those startups and initiatives in communities that don't have the access, that they're giving adequate time to see that they've had an impact. Because
appreciate
you can't water the ground for one day and expect a turf field. You have to spend some time cultivating. So I appreciate it.
That's true.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Meskers, and to you, Daniel, for your work and for your hanging in here with us.
Thanks, Senator Hartley. Bye-bye.
No further comments. We will say thank you and now invite Corliss Santana. Do you have the floor, madam? The Connecticut Project Action Fund.
Thank you so much, Senator Hartley, Representative Mesker, distinguished members of the Commerce Committee. It is an honor to be before you. My name is Corliss Santana, and I am the Policy and Advocacy Strategist for the Connecticut Project Action Fund, which is a nonpartisan organization that mobilizes people and partners to advocate for solutions that better the lives of Connecticut's vulnerable and financially distressed families. We are here today to testify in support of Senate Bill 249, an act concerning early child care business incubators. This proposal is an embodiment of shared values among the education and the business advocates, which is that fostering child care businesses strengthens communities, drives economic growth, and provides families with affordable, high-quality care. You know, you've heard a lot today about incubators. I've hopefully learned a lot in terms of what the concept is. We have been supporting this concept because it is an innovative model that can help address the shortage of the workforce in childcare and also the shortage of seats that families need to access high-quality childcare. We know that recent data from the United Way shows that Connecticut has 40,000 unfilled childcare slots because of staff shortages, and that 44% of Connecticut residents live in childcare deserts, and that has significant ramifications when working parents aren't able to access childcare, or they withdraw from the labor force or have to gain other options if there's any available. I think this childcare crisis that we're facing in Connecticut demands innovative projects, and the model really provides this entrepreneurial support to enhance service quality. It helps bridge the childcare shortage. The early success in New Britain really underscored this potential. There are lots of folks looking in. And so by investing in initiatives and opening up the model, we are able to prove that this concept works for communities outside of the 7 already named. Eastern Connecticut showed up today in, I think, a very supportive way, and we're very grateful for that, because there are certainly a lot of concerns as it relates to families accessing childcare right now. With that, I conclude my remarks and just urge you to support Senate Bill 249. And happy to take any questions.
One, thank you for your testimony. Two, I think we've kind of exhausted the subject matter and the questions, and I think, you know, constructively, we're looking at this. I didn't see any negative attitudes or views. We'll have a conversation in our committee, but your voice is heard, I think, and we've had a good conversation, robust. I haven't heard literally anyone speak in opposition to this, so you know, I can't predict. Every vote is unique, but I appreciate your participation. Any other questions?
I appreciate that. And I would just say that we are working, the Connecticut Project is working with all of the communities named in the legislation currently, and trying to work with, you know, any new, or, you know, should this bill pass, work with any organizations that are trying to implement this model in their local communities and are actively trying to develop and document best practices in New Britain so that folks have that experience at their fingertips. And after, I will share a model slide that kind of is a visual for the model that I think will be helpful for you all in your deliberations. But thank you for your time.
Well, thank you very much. I very much appreciate it. So with no further questions, I believe next up is Mr. Melita. And thank you for patiently waiting, Mr. Melita. It would appear so, although I will seek guidance from my clerk. And I just ask you to lean in a little bit because the microphone you may or may not transmit.
I have a
And
loud
and
voice.
apologies to the chair. She was called away for a vote, so she asked me to express her she's a stalwart in holding up, so she needed to run off to vote. So maybe she might.
Understood. Thank you very much, members of the committee. My name is Rick Melita, and I'm here to speak in opposition to Senate Bill 285, an act concerning a study on what jobs may be performed by certain minors in accordance with the Fair Labor Standards Act and related regulations. This measure, if enacted, would be part of a nationwide effort to get more children out of schools and into the workplace, and I fear will normalize the exploitation of child labor. In the last Gilded Age, poor children, often swarthy, foreign-born or first-generation Americans, were sent to work in fields, factories, and sweatshops in order to survive. Wealthy capitalists relied on them as a cheap, docile, and easily exploitable and replaceable resource. Advocates and muckrakers chronicled the misery that those unfortunate children suffered, and eliminating child labor abuse became one of the hallmarks of the progressive movement. But those efforts were stymied by an anti-worker Supreme Court. The issue was thought to be moot with the passage of the New Deal's Fair Labor Standards Act, the one that this bill seeks to find loopholes in, and a sea change of opinion at the Supreme Court. 100 years later, we're now in a new Gilded Age, where the new uber wealthy robber barons and rocket building tech bros seek to roll back workers' rights. And one of the things they're seeking to do is peck away at protections provided by the FSLA and returning to the bad old days of child exploitation. According to the Washington Post, a number of states are considering and passing proposals that will get more kids on the jobs, even dangerous ones. And it points to a Florida-based think tank and lobbying group, the Foundation for Government Accountability, as the driving force behind those proposals. Funded by what the Post calls ultra-conservative billionaires' money, and apparently with close ties to the right-wing state policy network and the anti-worker American Legislative Exchange Council, which I call a one-stop shop for bad ideas, FGA has proposed in a half dozen states measures that would allow children as young as 14 to work up to 6 hours a day on school days, 15-year-olds to work on assembly lines, eliminate or prohibit the issuance of work permits, eliminate age verification, allow under 18-year-olds to work in construction, allow 16 and 17-year-olds to work the same hours as an adult, and allow 16-year-olds to serve alcohol as part of their jobs. With the loosening of child labor standards, as one would expect, comes a rise in child labor abuse and violations. Underage workers are being killed or injured on the job. I've been told by experts that since 2019, there's been an 88% increase in child labor violations. And as we know, those just the tip of the iceberg of all the real violations that are out there. And just as it was 100 years ago, it's poor children, often swarthy, foreign-born, who are the ones that end up in these dangerous workplaces. And I'll wrap up. From the New York Times, I talked to a 12-year-old in Alabama who was working overnight stamping auto parts. I talked to a 12-year-old in Florida who came to this country and the next day was put to work roofing houses. These are jobs working for household brands like Cheerios, Cheetos, Ford. These are jobs that used to go to undocumented immigrants. Now they go to undocumented child migrants. Those kids have to work to survive, are often preyed upon by traffickers, and are hired as cheap outsourced laborers to big corporations. I suppose one could turn a blind eye to their suffering, and if you don't care about brown children, or if you only care about more affordable Cheetos or boosting quarterly profits, we should be strengthening child protections rather than seeking loopholes. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. You're the second person to testify, and your concerns. I don't think your concerns are different than our concerns. I think the idea of camp counselors, 15-year-olds or 16-year-olds, I don't know if that's a slippery slope or if I'm in the same place as you on that. But I certainly do not want to see children in industrial jobs. I don't want to see loss of life. I don't want to see loss of education or people taken advantage of. So I appreciate your opposition to the study. I would take a more nuanced approach to see what, if anything, I'd be comfortable with in terms of responsibility building in what I would describe as leisurely and not assembly line factory work. And I'm fully aware of our labor history. I'm aware of the labor movement, the abuse, coal miners going through all of the measures. Being a grandchild of immigrants, I'm aware of what went on in the shirt factory in New York. I think my grandfather walked by the factory the day it happened. So I know that we have to be vigilant. And so I appreciate your advocacy. Your thoughts will ring in our deliberations. So I appreciate it.
I appreciate those comments, sir. But I just want you to be cognizant of the fact that this is not just a, off the top of somebody's head idea that this is an ongoing campaign by wealthy interests to weaken child labor standards, to weaken the National Labor Relations Act, to even have it declared unconstitutional. I believe Elon Musk and Jeff Bezos have a court case it's wending its way up to the very friendly Supreme Court that I'm sure will look at it with some askance. But anyways,
Yeah.
I understand what you're saying, sir.
And I can reassure you that there's very little influence peddling that goes on in my mind. I may make the right decision or the wrong decision, but I think when someone tells me they belong to a think tank, I think it's antithetical to both thinking and tanks. So I don't basically take their advice. But
All right.
I don't know if my constituents benefit from that, but I tend to have to make my own mind. So I appreciate it.
Thank you, sir.
Are there any further questions? Madam Clerk, do we have anyone in the hallway waiting? So without further ado, I will bring the committee hearing to its closure. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to chair for the last 10 minutes, although I was offered the whole meeting, to be clear. So that brings us to a close. Thank you, everyone, for participating.